Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Harold, and I'm playing Laszlo from What We Do in the Shadows. Or should I say Nadja?
It's Nadja, darling.
Who are you tonight?
I am
This lovely
Nadja.
night.
I am Nadja. I'm your one and only beloved.
You are looking fantastic
I look
tonight,
ridiculous.
Nadja. Fantastic. Within 10 minutes, this mustache will fall off. But what can you do?
Most likely.
And Cassandra, who are you this fine evening?
Why, I'm Coraline, of course.
Yes.
Oh, God, that's spooky.
We'll see what falls off first, your mustache or my eyes.
I don't know. Whew. All right, Maddie Stardust, who are you?
I feel like I shouldn't have to explain it.
Yes, Ziggy Stardust. Excellent, excellent. Well, we're so glad to be here. I'll talk in my regular voice a little bit. Here, I got teeth, so I don't talk that well. I'm getting used to them. After I became a vampire, it's a learning process. So anyway, well, welcome to our yearly live stream. We've been preparing for the last couple of weeks. We have lots of fun giveaways to do. We're going to play some Kahoot trivia. That's going to be a lot of fun. Let's check in and see what people have to say here. Where Our Minds Wander. Hello, Harold family. Here we go. Incorrect. The character is called Aladdin Sane, not Ziggy Stardust. Common misconception. Wonderful costumes. Oh, yeah. Those Coraline eyes, they look disturbing. They certainly do.
So sharp you can't even feel a thing.
Yes. Happy Halloween from Sacramento. I wish I could stick around, but unfortunately I'm still at work. Watch the replay. You've got the replay, so we'll be glad to have you watch that. Okay, Hillary says, oh my God, you all look so great. Thank you so much. Oklahoma Paranormal, hello from Oklahoma. Sandy, and we're going to tell people how to join in.
Hi, Sandy.
Sandy's here.
Hi,
We're so
Sandy.
glad to have Sandy. Justina's here. Happy Halloween from St. Louis. Weekly Creep, a big fan of Bowie, but Caroline costume is tops. I'm talking like Laszlo if he had a lisp. Okay, give Cassandra the prize. Looking great, all of you awesome costumes. Well, you know, we've got a lot going on tonight. We've got a lot to share, a lot to give you. I think, you know what? I'm already thirsty. So I think personally, I think that we ought to, you know,
Is it drink time already?
I think it's a drink time already.
Does anyone want to take a bet how long the teeth stay in while we're drinking?
I think the mustache is going to go first. But why don't we look at this video? Dar and Cassandra have done a bunch of videos, and this is the drink of the evening. It's called the Zombie Smash.
Welcome back to the laboratory.
Here we are. What will we be concocting now? Okay. I'm Dar Harold.
I'm Cassandra Harold.
And we are here to make a Halloween drink recipe. We usually do this during our Halloween special this year on October 28th. Stay tuned for more details, but keep the date safe. But we thought we'd go ahead and do one of a couple drinks that we're going to do this year during the party. This way you'll have it ahead of time as well. We'll list out ingredients and whatnot.
In case you want to enjoy along with us.
Yeah, so you could this time you can enjoy with us. So this one we're going to do is alcoholic. Okay, just a warning. Drink responsibly. Please don't drink and drive. I just don't go for that at all. It's horrible. So please don't do that. So drink responsibly, but this one is called a Zombie Smash. Thank you, townandcountrymagazine.com for having this recipe. And it's got a number of alcohols in it.
In case you couldn't see.
Okay, so what you're going to do first is you need 2 strawberries, actually. So you have 2 strawberries. You're going to put them in there, and you're going to muddle them.
Love muddling.
What does that mean, Cassandra? Do we know what muddling means?
How best to put it? How can one describe the process of muddling?
Well, it's basically smashing.
You want to smash it without smashing it too much.
Right. It's just to get a little bit of the fruit opened up, or lemon, or whatever you're muddling.
So we can have some of the flavor in there, but you don't want to juice it.
You don't want it to be like pulverized, right? If you have a muddler, great. If you don't, you could use like a back of a spoon. You could, whatever.
Anything. Just to kind of break it up
a little bit is basically. So we're going to muddle it with an ounce of simple syrup.
And get this. Kind of move these things.
So we need an ounce of simple syrup, and we're going to need an ounce of lemon juice. And that's what we're going to muddle this in together with. Yeah. We just found this little.
Yeah, I love it.
So that's an ounce?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the lemon juice.
That looks different than this ounce, but...
It does. Well, this is, yeah.
That's a whole ounce.
Yes, this is an ounce.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh's right.
I should have got our squeezer.
So that we didn't have this problem. Because there's a pesky seed.
We got a pesky seed that we need to remove.
Oh, get a little spoon. Always the problem with the lemons.
Yeah, and I thought I
You're
pulled
like,
them out
oh, it's
ahead
no
of
big
time.
deal, and then there's always one hiding. There we go.
See, I'm a little confused though, because let's see. See, that's. I think we need to
add this.
I think we need to add more because that's an ounce. So we're going by drink ounce.
We'll go by this. Uh-oh, we might have had another seed in there.
Well, honey, the ounce was up here, just so you know.
Oh.
We were going by teaspoons.
Well, that's good. Well, we put a teaspoon in.
Well, I have the spoon, so we could get that. We can get that little pesky.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Where is it? Down in there?
Yeah,
that's
maybe
okay.
try to strain
I'm gonna try to strain it out.
Yeah.
And get most of it.
Most of it on the table.
And actually, it stayed on the bottom.
It stayed in the thing. Okay.
So we got it.
We ended up winning.
There you go. So we're gonna want to put a little more simple syrup then.
Yeah. Oops.
It's okay.
I was trying to make it extra strong. There we go.
There you go. So do you want to muddle? You want me to muddle?
You can muddle. It's fine. I'll let you do the honors.
All right.
It smells wonderful because right now it's just like lemon, sugar, and strawberry.
Strawberry lemonade, basically.
Yeah.
Let me pull this over here because I have a feeling I will spill it. I know myself. So I don't know. What do you think? Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
I don't want it too much.
No, and that's going to give it its nice color that we're looking for. Okay, so now we get the booze. So we need a ½ ounce of gin.
Ounce of gin.
½ ounce of vodka, ½ ounce of rum, ½ ounce of triple sec.
Nice
so
and
very
easy.
Everything's the same. ½ ounce of all of those. And you're going to put it in that glass there.
This one.
So there. I should let you measure. You're doing pretty nice. I will clean up the big mess that I made with the lemon juice earlier.
There we go.
There we go.
The triple sec.
I feel like we make more of a mess when we're messing with the drinks than we do with the food.
It's so easy to spill.
Yep. So gin, vodka, rum, and triple sec, all ½ ounce. You get it in there.
All right.
There we go.
Wonderful.
We're going to add some ice. Good.
Yep.
All right, we're adding that ice. And now we're going to shake
Now we
vigorously.
shake.
So hopefully I got this on right. And I did! Yay!
Yay! Actually, yeah, it's got a pretty good seal.
There we go. And then we're gonna get it in the glass. Let me see.
Careful. Do it the other way.
Yeah, I know.
Nope.
Nope.
Do it this way. Oh, you really...
I put it on tight.
How did you put it on? Oh, no.
Work it
Might
back and
have to
forth.
go back.
Work it back and forth. There you go. See?
There we go. I was like ready to go off camera there.
And get it in that
Pour it
glass.
in that glass. Wow, that looks so refreshing.
Look at that. And it's zombie-like because if you take a look at it,
The brains are inside.
the blood and the gods. So I'm going to have a sip. Cheers.
Here. Good.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's that as
Yeah,
well.
go ahead. We're in the family. We're sharing the germs.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a
That's
good
opening.
one. That's a good one.
So enjoy,
Enjoyed responsibly.
responsibly, and join us October 28th. Bring your zombie smashes with you, and we'll have some fun.
Good evening.
To you. Happy Halloween.
All right, great job, well done. And I've got mine too, although I don't have a napkin, so I might have a mouthful of zombie smasher. Excellent. Well, very good. Well, guys, we have so much stuff for you today. I think we're going to do something like 5 giveaways. We're going to play trivia. Now, we're going to do a little different this year. We're going to do the giveaways randomly, right, Dar? Or Nadja, I should say. Nadja, we're going to do, you're muted. Everybody, Maddie and Dar are muted. So anyhow,
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so we decided rather than putting the pressure on people for trivia, we're going to play trivia for fun. But the giveaways are simply going to be just basically
tuned.
they're going to be random, yeah, throughout the night. So make sure you stay tuned. Nadja, would you want to show the new mausoleum of merch now? Because we have a little bit of time. I think it's a natural time to do it so people know.
Okay.
And I'm going to show this up.
Explain a little bit.
Yeah.
Jim.
So if you recall, we had our Mausoleum of Merch 2.0, which is incorporating Amazon. But since Dar/Nadja has come on full time here at the Spooky Studio, she has created 3.0, and we'll still have the Amazon store with guest books and things like that. But really the best place to go, if you go over to jimharold.com/merch, you'll see there's a new first floor, and that is Etsy. And Nadja, could you share your screen and we will show people a little bit about it?
Yes.
Dar has done such a good job on this. I got to tell you, she
it's
has
a work
worked
in progress. So
so
everyone, it is
hard.
not completely done yet.
So she's sharing her screen. That just takes a minute. So we've not gone away. We're just waiting for her screen to pull up a little bit, and hopefully that will happen shortly. There we go. So this is the new Mausoleum of Merch. You just go over to jimharold.com/merch, and you'll see this choice here. And you can see now this very, very cool Mausoleum of Merch that we have. And we've got a special deal, and we haven't put this out anywhere other than on this live stream tonight. You go over to jimharold.com/merch, and you get 10% off this week on any of these items. And Dar, do you want to take people through some of the items and show them some of the cool illustrations? I thought was so neat.
Yeah. So we don't have all the designs that we have up at Amazon. It is coming. They are coming. If there is a design that you would want, just message us through Etsy and I will get it up there as fast as I possibly can. But we have 3 of the different ones. We still have our Halloween shirt. So that's going to be up for a little while yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, and
Did it show, it didn't show that.
And part of the reason we did Etsy is, you know, on Amazon's great. I'm a big fan of Amazon, and we'll still have the Amazon page. But we couldn't do mugs, we couldn't do blankets, we couldn't do stickers, we couldn't do hats. So what this allows us to do is to give you a wider range of different kind of things. I'll show a few things there, Dar.
Well, when I do, I have to stop presenting, and it opens up another. It opens up a different thing. So hold on, I can present.
Yeah.
Hold on.
This is live broadcasting, folks. So we're kind of learning on.
There we go. Here. So I'll just show you.
And this has been, I love this. Yeah. So
that's our limited edition. How long is it going to be out, Jim?
That one's going to be out probably through this coming week, and then we'll take it down. And I love this video. This is awesome. This is awesome.
You get to kind of see somebody wearing it and kind of what it looks like a little bit. So we have our size chart. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Yeah.
We can do another one real quick.
Yeah. So it's jimharold.com/merch, And again, 10% off this week with that specific promo code Halloween 23. That's Halloween 23. So, it's a very cool thing, and we all hope that you will participate. I know that Dar has one more she wants to show you, and then we'll get that.
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
It takes a little while for me to get it going here.
While you're doing that, I'm going to take some of the different comments here. Pam says you all look great. Ryan says happy Halloween. We're going to hear from Ryan later in the broadcast. Hunting Ghosts in Nova Scotia wanted to drop in and say boo. Boo to you, Ryan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ryan is tops, and he's up in Canada now shooting a paranormal show, a ghost show. Which one is this? So thank you, Ryan. Which one is this, Dar? Tell us about it.
This is the Stay Spooky hoodie. Listen to Jim's Campfire. So you have your hoodie with the pocket in the front. There you go. See? There we go.
Funny. We have fun. Said this Etsy shop isn't just you guys selling previous year's submitted Christmas ornaments, right? No. Although we will have holiday ornaments from Jim Harold's Campfire. So
yep, we're hoping to have ornaments. So we have blankets and magnets and stickers, and could get other merch too. Just let me know what you might like to see.
We have fun. So I was wondering what it would look like if I was a vampire at the airport brushing my teeth wearing the hoodie. I know. Isn't that such a use case? That's very cool. So I hope everybody is able to take advantage of that again. And we'll plug this again throughout the show. JimHarold.com/merch. Make sure to use that code Halloween23, no spaces. And thank you for that. And we would love for you to join us on live video. So now go to JimHarold.com/go-live. That's JimHarold.com/go-live. Now we have, as you can see, a variety of different things. Our first guest is coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so. Special guest. So JimHarold.com/go-live. Actually, it's going to be Jodi Livon, the Happy Medium. And she has said that she's willing to do some mini readings.
Awesome. She is very good. I had a private reading, and
she is so good.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Spot on.
If so many people come in that Jodi doesn't have a spot, I'll have to kick some people out. So if you get kicked out, don't feel badly. But go ahead in JimHarold.com/go-live for that link. And we'll also put this down in the comments as well. And that way you have it, JimHarold.com what is it? Go live. See, we're doing this live. We're doing it live. To quote Bill O'Reilly, do it live. Do it live.
Oh, gosh.
So we're doing it live. So that's basically it. So while that's going on, do we want to go ahead and do our first trivia?
Yes, let's do some
Excellent,
trivia.
excellent, okay.
So we're doing it through Kahoot.
All
Cassandra,
right,
where do they need to go? And I will share the screen. And
They have to
If
go
you
to
want to head to kahoot.it, that's Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT. Do not go to .com. It won't take you to the right place. It's kahoot.it, and you're going to enter the pin that we see on the screen here in just a second. This is used in classrooms all the time, but it's just a really fun way to play trivia.
Yeah, this is great. I wish that we had this back when we were doing the paranormal quiz. Now,
yes. Hey, we have our first couple
good girl.
people.
There we go.
You guys are fast.
Hey, here we go. And it's KAHOOT.
Right up here, it tells you.
IT.
Yeah, right there.
Code 469-6245.
Yeah, so if you have your phone, you could just play on your phone really quick. You don't need a computer to play.
Wow, we're getting a great response.
And then there's a QR code too.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to the actual site, I think you could just scan the QR code and it'll take you there.
Wow, this is great. We got 23 people already. Wait, wow, they're coming in. 27 people. Wow.
Yay! See, this lets everybody play too. And you don't have to always be in front of the camera. And if you get it wrong, it doesn't matter. And right off the bat, I want to thank Maddie. Many of the questions are from her.
Oh, that's right. I probably shouldn't have just joined the game.
Oh, that's all right. Not all of the questions. Not all of the questions. All right. Let me know, Jim, when you think it's good to start.
Well, let's go.
Give people a few more seconds.
Yeah.
And of course,
Okay.
if you don't want to do that, you could just play along too at home. See what you don't have to get on there if you don't want to.
So let's give it another 30
But
seconds.
it gives it
or
a little
so.
more interactive feel, so it can be kind of fun here.
When we hit 7:23 Eastern, we will cut it off. We're at 7:22
And you can
Eastern.
continue to join even once we
Yeah,
started.
yeah. Once we
Yeah.
start, you can still join.
The pin
Just we
should
want to
be
give
visible.
give you the opportunity to get all the points. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think we can probably start now. Oh, somebody asked, how do I get on Kahoot? KAHOOT.IT. A lot of times
Right
people
up
will watch this
here.
on their computer and they'll do this on their phone. KAHOOT.IT.
And you just enter the pin right there.
Yep. And then it'll ask for this pin and just put that in, which is 469-6245.
All right, I think we can
Alright,
start.
ready?
Let's start.
Here we go. So this is just a
You have
welcome
30
screen.
seconds, right?
Yeah, I think it's the screen's. I don't think I deleted the first screen. So
Uh-oh.
hold on, everyone. There you go. So you have 30 seconds. They're multiple choice. It's a choice of 4. And what you'll do on your phone is just pick the color. You'll tap on the color of the answer that you want. So here we go.
All right. What was the movie Halloween originally going to be called? Slasher, The Babysitter Murders, Sanitarium, or Night o' Fright? Click in for the answer.
I love that photo.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I thought that was pretty good.
The pin is right at the bottom there. It's the 469.
Yeah, way down here. Yeah, 469-6245. Woo!
Oh, The Babysitter Murders. Who
Hey,
knew?
majority got
Who
it
knew?
correct. There we
Most
go.
of our people knew it.
There we go.
All
Way to
right.
go, Maddie Stardust.
Yeah, and Desi 91 at
Yes,
the top of the leaderboard.
fastest gets the most
All
points.
right.
All right, here we go.
Next.
Number 2. It says 3, but that's because of in Scotland, the belief that a young girl could see her future husband by doing which of these on Halloween night? Looking into a pond by starlight, drinking mushroom tea and staring into the fire, hanging wet sheets in front of the fire, or pouring water into a silver vessel and watching its surface for the image.
Which one will it be? Which one will it be?
Woo!
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maddie got everybody on this one.
Yeah,
It's
maybe Maddie
hanging
should
wet
stop playing
sheets.
now.
In front of the fire. There you go. Oh, Maddie's got the number one
no.
spot.
I just bowed out. It's not fair.
Hey, but look, 13 places. Boo Girl is the highest climber. You go, girl. There we go. All right, ready.
Which Halloween tradition was brought to Britain by the invading Roman forces? Ouija board, bobbing for apples, eating sweets, or trick or treating?
Woohoo. Three, 2, 1. Oh, everybody
Bobbing
knew
for
that one
apples.
almost.
Everybody got that one. Wow.
Woo.
You know, I didn't know that.
I didn't get it right the first time.
I didn't either. So
Guys,
kudos, Maddie.
Right.
All right.
Up
Desi
6, Jen is-
91.
Yeah.
Desi 91 is
Very much
tough.
at the top. But good job, Jen. 6 places climbing. Woohoo. Here we go. What item is
Okay.
banned only during Halloween from 12 a.m. October 31st to 12 p.m. November 1st in Hollywood, California? Is it candy corn, false eyelashes, fake blood, or silly string? My eyelashes are nuts. I am not good at this. Kudos to all of you ladies that can do these. I can't do them. What do you think it is, Jim? Actually, you know, so you can't answer.
Yeah, I can't say.
You played earlier and got it right.
Silly string. And that's because they have to clean it up, right?
Yeah, it has to do. They feel like it makes a big mess. It's a menace and whatnot. So
Jocelyn up 17 places.
Wow.
Jeff W. takes the lead.
Woohoo. Here we go. Look at Boo Girls there too. Woo. All right, here we go. Which of the following is not a Pac-Man ghost? Blinky, Slinky, Clyde, or Inky?
We should have put Stinky in there too.
That's only at our house.
Love the Kahoot music. It's an iconic tune.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, everybody knew it wasn't Slinky.
There you go.
I love my boy Clyde.
You do love your boy Clyde, yes. Oh, look at that.
Tanya A. Good for Tanya
8
A.
players just had 3 answer streaks, so that's pretty
Wow.
good. Awesome. Here we go.
7 of 10 here. What country does the phrase trick or treat originate? Ooh, I like that picture. And the answer is... Ooh.
People are still getting it. Woo.
They're still thinking, though. They're still thinking.
I got this wrong.
I got wrong as well. I got it as wrong as well, Nadja.
And the answer is... Oh,
Canada.
There we go.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
it was
I thought
for
Ireland
sure.
too. Yeah.
Ireland, but it wasn't Ireland.
There we go. Look at that. Lots of look. 6 players lost their. Tough round. They said. Yikes.
Beto.
Here we go.
I wonder if it's the Beto. Okay. Famous horror author Edgar Allan Poe nearly used which other bird instead in his poem *The Raven*? The griffin vulture, the parrot, the harpy eagle, or the owl?
Maddie, do you know this one?
I do.
Okay.
She
But I
knows them
assume you
all.
don't want me to tell you what it is.
No, don't. Not yet. No, I figured you'd know this one. We have our literary people in the audience. Here we go.
And the answer is parrot.
Only one person
Ooh.
got it right.
It would not have worked nearly as well. the
Doesn't have
parrot.
nearly the ring to it, does
No.
it? Quaff the parrot nevermore. I don't know about that.
Holly wants a cracker.
Yeah, there you go.
All
Oh, here we go. Miss Hiccup up 22 places.
When
All
Beto
right.
isn't running for Senate, he's studying trivia. In what American state is it illegal to dress up like a priest or a nun?
Ooh, is anybody here from that state tonight? Oh,
And do they really enforce it? I'm curious.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, what's the consequence? Do you get thrown in jail, or is it just a fine?
I'm just imagining all these jails full of priests in the morning.
The Inquisition. Da, 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 the Inquisition.
And I won't say what I was thinking.
Alabama.
Alabama.
I have to say, I didn't even think there were that many Catholics in Alabama. But perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh.
Tanya's back.
There we go. Here we go. All right. According to superstition. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
No. A person born on Halloween has what particular ability? They can see and talk to spirits. They can predict the weather. They are excellent at pumpkin carving. They have telekinetic powers.
You were putting this together and wanted some fake answers, and we were gonna give never burns their popcorn, but
Correct. That was one of your answers. Yes. Look at that little pumpkin baby. Isn't that adorable? We had Natalie was our pumpkin baby when she
Aw.
was a baby. And she was so pudgy, it was perfect. Oh, everybody got that one almost. Very good.
Oh, very good, very
They
good.
can
very
see
good.
and talk to spirits.
So probably not a lot changing the leaderboard.
Not too
Tanya's still
much.
there.
Not too
Beto's
much.
up there. Ren Gooley, Boo Girls, number 2.
Ooh.
Within striking distance.
All right. Last one of this round.
You
Which
read
of the
it.
following candy helped save the Allied forces during the Korean War? Bazooka bubblegum, Junior Mints, candy cigarettes, or Tootsie Rolls?
Candy cigarettes. When we were
Oh,
kids, you could literally buy
Loved
candy.
those things.
But I mean, just how wrong is that?
Oh, I was always going, whoo, look at what I got. Yeah. I didn't even like the
And
taste of them.
They
I
look
just
like
like
the
the look.
brands too. They look like
They
cigarette.
they
like,
did.
It was
They
perfect
made the
training.
brands. Yep, exactly. Tootsie Rolls.
Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah, so the story goes Marines were out of ammunition, so they decided to do a code name to have the planes drop more ammunition from the sky, and the code name was Tootsie Rolls. Well, soon pallets of Tootsie Roll candies were like parachuted down to the sky, but actually it helped because they were able to it was cold, so they could warm them up. They were able to like use them to like cement holes and all kinds of things. So there you go. Here we go. Here's the podium. Who won? Who won? Number 3. Number 3's Beto.
Beto. Yay.
Number 2, Boo Girl. And
Yay.
number 1, dun, 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 Tanya.
Excellent.
Very
excellent,
close, guys,
very-
too. Runner-ups, Jeff and SJ. Yay. There we go.
Very well done. Very well done.
Thank you for
And-
playing. We're going
Yeah.
to have a couple more later, right, Jim?
Oh yeah, we're gonna do more. Yeah, absolutely. We are waiting for Jody to come and join us. In the meantime, we've got a few people here standing by, so we'll say hi quickly to Stara. Hey, Stara, happy Halloween to you.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing well. We're doing well. So
I'm getting feedback. Do you hear it?
no, we don't hear any
No.
feedback. So if you can just
You're
maybe
just playing
turn.
a Halloween prank on me. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, just turn that down a little bit. Now, you always have something going every Halloween. You have your blog.
Okay.
Tell us about what's going on over there.
I can still hear you, so I will block out the repetition.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I have a 31 Days of Halloween blog. So as you know, Jim, I've been on your show. I'm a paranormal fiction author.
Mm-hmm.
And my books are The Kelly Society. There's 2 on Amazon, Bay of Darkness, Kelly Society Christmas, where the uber psychic woman has to battle Krampus the Christmas King. So they're essentially Ghostbusters meets Braveheart. Anyway.
That is cool. Now, where can people find this? Where can people find this so they can check it out?
skandrews.com.
skandrews.com. You were nice enough to feature me this month on the blog, correct?
Say that again, Jim.
I said you were nice enough to feature me on the blog this month, correct?
Yes. Along with the blog is a YouTube channel I started called Creativity and the Paranormal. And I interview paranormal authors as well as podcasters like Jim Harrell.
Cool.
So
And
I just today put up on the Campfire Facebook group your interview. I just want to get a quick teaser.
Well, thank you so much. We're having a little difficulty, so I'm going to move on. But check out SK's blog.
Happy
Check out
Halloween.
everything. And put it all in the chat, SK. Put it in the chat so we can all see it. We'll make sure to highlight it. And I thank you, and happy Halloween. And thank you for the interview. I certainly appreciate it. All right. Now, Jodi Livon here, the happy medium. Here she is. Hi, Jody. How you doing? Oh, that's Spooky Bill.
Spooky Bill.
Well, Spooky Bill will be back to
Spooky
you.
Bill.
It moved. The tile moved. There's Jodi Livon. You're not Spooky Bill.
Yay! Oh my God, Psychic Barbie. That is fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful.
They said
You
number
look
one costume
absolutely
this year is
marvelous.
Barbie.
Barbie, I'm sure.
Well,
that's
it
a
was
big
for
one.
me what I had in my closet because apparently I dress like Barbie.
Well, you wear it well. You wear it well.
You
So,
do.
Jody, this time of year, what does it mean to you? Because you're a little bit different in the sense that, like, you're psychic, and that's your livelihood, that's your lifestyle, that's ability that you've had your whole life. So, maybe how does Halloween kind of look through your lens, maybe as opposed to how it looks for other people?
So it's always Halloween for me because I'm always dealing with spirits and ghosts and things that spook other people and hearing people's thoughts and hearing people whisper to me in the middle of the night, "Hi, Jody." So it's humorous to me that everybody's so into it this short period of time. And I love it because people are opening up to the paranormal, to the possibility of other things through humor. So I love that. And in a way, it introduces kids to the paranormal. They might think it's a joke to dress up the way they do, but as we all know, as you get older, you realize not so much a joke. So I think it's very joyful. I love this time of year. We take it very seriously over here.
Yeah, here too. And the idea is this is a good time to bring people into the fold because we stay spooky all the year round. You were kind enough to mention you'd be willing to do some mini readings. Would that be something you'd be willing to do for us?
Absolutely. As long as people know I don't tell the future. I read the signs that indicate what might occur, but I don't tell the future, and I don't dial dead people up. If they're around, I'm really good at picking up on them, but I don't dial them up.
All right. Well, what we can do is I see 5 people here in the green room. I can see if any of them are interested in a reading, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Any of you interested? Okay. Well, why don't we go? We'll add him now. Spooky Bill. He wants a reading. Hey, Spooky Bill, where are you calling in from tonight?
Kokomo, Indiana.
Kokomo. Hey, pretty cool.
Way down in Kokomo. I better not sing that. You'll get like copyright strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I could sing it anyway. They recognize it. But
So, Spooky Bill, would you like a reading from Jody? A little mini reading?
Sure.
Okay, Jody, do your thing.
All right, Spooky Bill, let me feel it here. So you're actually quite sensitive yourself. You are a go-getter, and then you go, and then you sort of can flatline in that your energy sort of peters out, but you have a lot of amazing ideas, and you keep, I see, I love that, the confirmation, the affirmation. Thank you. I feel like you've got these amazing ideas, and that you, to be able to use your energy the way that you want to, you're going to have to do it in doses. So like, if you know you're really good in the morning, get a bunch of the stuff done in the morning, then do some of the other things and come back to it, because it's not like something's, outright wrong with running out of some of that energy, because what you're doing is at high speed. Does that make sense to you? Like you go at high speed.
Yep.
Yeah. And you're quite genuine. I feel like you're funny too. You're quite genuine. And you really like people that are not genuine out of habit piss you off. People that just act like a fake and pretend that there's somebody they're not, and you have compassion for it, but it's very irritating to you. It's like a pet peeve.
Yep.
You actually have quite a beautiful heart.
Thank you.
Is your mom on the other side? There's a woman behind you. She looks like dark hair. Looks like there's some streaks of maybe a little bit of gray. She's maternal towards you. Could have been an aunt. Could even be a great grandmother that maybe really loved this look. Did you ever watch The Addams Family, or no, The Munsters? And you know how the Mrs. Munster had kind of a little bit of a streak? That's what this woman reminds me of, with a little bit of the streak in her hair. And she's got a lollipop in her hand. So I don't know if that means that she knew you when you were really young. And she's trying to tell me that, did you get something caught in your throat or choke on something? And she was nearby. Or your mom told her about it. See, dead people don't lie, so you're not connecting with it. Or I'm misreading it. That's a possibility too. But she's standing right behind you. She's definitely standing right behind you. So this is a person that knows you
and you probably will connect with who it is when we're not doing this anymore. So email me and tell me who it is.
I really don't know.
She's very present. I'm trying
have
to, and
no
she's got a
idea.
dark shirt on, and it goes up to here. So, wow, yeah. I feel like she died young. I feel like she died young. Young to me could be, 50, 60 years old.
My mother-in-law passed away.
Friend
but
of
that
your
was-
mom's.
My
Pardon me?
mother-in-law passed away, but that was before I met my wife.
What did she look like?
She had brown hair. I've only seen pictures of her. She had long brown hair, but
So does this woman. Was there, they talk about how warm she was, that she could be very warm and funny.
oh yeah.
And that's who it is. That's who it is. She knows you. You don't recognize her energy, but she knows you. And now you, excuse me, she's got my throat. Now you get to meet her this way. So that's very interesting.
Very cool.
She's very funny and she likes what you do. She thinks you're really interesting. And who's really ticklish? Who's really ticklish? Is that you or your wife?
More me than my wife.
Yeah. She's talking about you being ticklish.
Yeah, I got the chills. when you
And
said
she
that.
said
I'm
you're
so ticklish.
shy. That's your intuition telling you that this is right on. You're shy. She said that you're sort of shy
Yeah.
when it comes to like personal. Yeah. Well, just so you know, she likes you and she approves of you. Actually, she loves you.
Well, good.
Oh, that's nice. What a nice reading. Spooky Bill, thank you so much. I hope you found this valuable. Thank you, Jody, for that reading. Appreciate it. Anything else you'd like to say to Bill before we move on to the next person?
She's talking about a teacup, somebody's teacup. There's just something about a teacup. And she says, this is something you're going to find out later. I don't know if somebody read tea leaves, but she's talking about a teacup of your wife's that reminds her of her mom or belonged to her. And you will find it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You will find it.
All right. Thank you,
welcome.
Spooky Bill. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Nice guy. Nice guy. Next up is Nikki. Hi, Nikki. How you doing?
Hi, Jim. I'm doing great. How are you?
Just fine. Nikki came out to Monster Fest in Canton this year and got to meet her. And she's a podcaster in her own right with the Peep Podcast. Nikki, would you like a reading from Jody?
Absolutely.
Jody?
Lovely. Well, you have quite the presence. I will tell you that. You have a real presence about you. So when you're in a room, people's eyes just come to you, whether you're talking or not. They watch you, they're drawn to you. You know this. I'm looking at you on the screen. I would go like this. So you could think I'm looking at you that way, but I'm looking at you on the screen. You have a command for people. So when you want to speak, you want people to listen, and you're demanding, but you also say, okay, this is when I want to speak, and have at it other than that, but this is when I want the floor. And when people don't listen to that, you're like a rule follower. You like it when people follow the rules, and it can be irritating to you, and you're really working on that. You're just working on that. People can do that, but you do have something to say. You have something you really want to share with the audience, with people in general. And it's about, in an odd way, it's a very healing thing. So when I say odd, you go about it a whole different way, but it is about healing, and it's about healing and acceptance and love. It really breaks down to that. I don't know if you sing, but there's something about your voice also that pulls people in very, very much. The one thing that you did when you were younger, and I don't see that you're doing it in the same way at all, is that you would have like a best friend, and then you would have a different best friend, and then there'd be a different best friend, and then there'd be a different best friend. And people felt bad because they wanted to be your only best friend. Right?
Right.
So, right. And the reason your guides are telling me that right now is because there's a way of the projects that you're doing that you got to focus on one part of it to get it done. So you have to choose your best friend with your projects. And do you get like tummy aches, weird sort of sudden tummy aches when you're nervous?
Yes.
Beyond just the bubbles and it's like acid. It's like acid building up in your belly. So maybe more alkaline water and just alkaline in general of a diet will help really ease that, because the more popular you get, the more that's going to come, and you will become even more popular. So it's just something to do. Everybody's body does something different. When we're happy, when we're excited, or when we're nervous, it's all good. Just know that you could have a little titch different of a diet, and it will help your tummy quite a bit.
Okay. That's definitely good to know. And what you just said about focusing on one project, I'm a podcaster and an author, and I've spent October doing public speaking at the libraries about all the reasons a house could be haunted. So like I'm actually very much an introvert, so it takes a lot of energy to do all this. But I was thinking in November, I really need to focus on the book that I've been working on forever. And so what you just said makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, thank you. I just want to tell you one more thing about that. You are an introvert. Believe it or not, I'm an introvert because I reduce by being alone, but I need people, and they're putting a picture of me on your face. That means you also need people. You get juiced up by having an audience and by talking to people about things that excite you. You get equally juiced up. You just need it in smaller doses. So you do need and want to be around people to get juiced up, but you rejuice alone, but it also gets you going energetically. It moves you up in your consciousness to be around people. Does that make sense? It's like you get high from being around people, natural high.
It really does. I love my alone time, but then I feel it. Like, so I have certain people that I know that I can go and have paranormal conversations with and feel safe. And then we encourage each other, and it's very helpful for me.
You know, one more quick thing, and I think everybody listening can really maybe relate to this, is that whatever we're doing when we're alone, there can be a part of it that we can get lonely. Even if we feel like we're reducing, there's this teeny little thin line about being alone too much and then getting lonely, and then your mind starts to spin and the negative narrator starts telling you things that are just baloney. And so that's another reason it's important for people, everybody, to get out and go buy a coffee in public, take a walk in public, walk your dog in public, go do something where you're exchanging energy with people, because we all need it. And that is how we light up the world, is by sharing good energy with other people.
Thank you, Jody.
Nikki, thank you. Where can people give people real quickly the name of the podcast and where they can find it?
It is the PEEP podcast. It's PEEP, stands for People Experiencing Everyday Paranormal. They can find it on any of the popular podcast apps or go to peeppodcast.com. Thank you.
Happy Halloween, Nikki. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Bye.
All right. I want to get one person in that's been waiting a long time, Sierra Jane. And then we've got somebody on the panel here who would like a reading. Sierra Jane, we're getting feedback from you. We're going to remove you, and you can check your settings. We'll come back to you and try again if you can check your settings. In the meantime, Maddie said that she would like a little mini reading. So, Maddie Stardust, Jodi Livon.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Do you mind sharing your real name? Your real name? Because I'll dial in more.
Your last name is Hilker.
Because we've interacted before, so that's why that helps. Say it again.
Hilker. Maddie Hilker.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
So you've got a great sense of humor. You are very much about the business. You do have a good sense of humor, but you like to get stuff done. When you have a list, you just want to get stuff done. And then you can relax, but you really are about the list, and you're you're funny. You might not think you're funny, but other people do because you're very much task oriented. Like, let's just get through this. And then you just can totally relax when you're done doing that. And I feel like for your personal life, you're a lot in the get things done mode versus I'm going to really be good to myself mode. Because rest, just doing nothing, is a very important piece of everybody's existence. And that means, like, literally doing whatever you want, but making sure that you're resting and not constantly working, even in your brain. Does that make sense?
Completely.
It would be a really good gift.
I would agree.
Even if you schedule it, because you get tired And that's because you're always going. So even if your legs are up and you're watching TV or a movie and you're eating popcorn, you're thinking about work, you're working. It's all energy. So let yourself know. I imagine punching out and imagine thinking, I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to relax right now. And you will notice a difference in your energy.
I will work on that. Thank you. And you were completely right. That is
You have lovely
entirely
energy too.
And one
Thank
more
you.
quick one on the panel here. And thank you for that, Jody. Cassandra would like a little reading. So, Cassandra?
Gotta say your name.
Oh, Cassandra Harold.
Okay, this is so hilarious. Your costume is like, I can't even look. It's so spooky.
Freaky.
Yeah, I think it was a little spooky for some people.
Okay, so I have known your mom and dad for professionally, but for a while. So I would once in a while, I tune into some of the fun things they would say you're doing. So my reading's going to come across a little mom-like because, well, I am a mom and I love everybody. So first of all, you're adorable and you are so likable. And there's something about you that people just want to be near you. They want to understand whatever you're talking about, but they just like to be near you. You're very comforting. Do you understand that? You can be very comforting to the people that you're close to. Do you understand that? There's a healing part of you. And your mom can nod if she feels like I'm correct too, because that spooky face, I can't read what you're thinking about it. Maybe you get nervous about if you have good taste in romance, and know that you do. Because we all experience different things in romance, and know that you do. And I don't know if you are involved with somebody right now or not, but I feel very much that there's going to be possibilities. If you're not, that there'll be plenty of possibilities. And the most important thing for you is always friendship, like really connecting with somebody. You will. You absolutely will. Just put yourself out there as being, that's what you like, is to connect as friends. And the marriages or the partnerships that I feel like last the longest are the ones where you're good friends with that person as well. Not only do you want to kiss them, but you're really good friends with them. And because that lasts beyond anything and everything else. Do you have a question for me?
Gosh, I can't think of anything, but
Am I hitting home for you? Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, no, it does.
How does she know these things? How does she know these things? Go ahead.
And also to speak up, because what people want to know what you have to say too. And who cares if you're not 100% right about something? Then you just go, haha, kind of misread that one, or, oh, it's different than what I thought. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. And remember, everything is about energy. And when you are genuine, you can get away with more.
That's true. If you don't trust somebody as much. So,
right. Is there an education piece for you right now? Are you seeking more higher education? Feels really good that you do that.
Yeah, I am.
Feels really good that you do that.
I'm hoping to go to optometry school. But
perfect, especially with those eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
You hit it on the button.
Dara, is your mom on the other side?
Yes. Yep.
So she's been supplying some of this information. I didn't know if it was your mom or a grandmother, but it feels like your mom also could be very warm with her presence. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's definitely hanging out.
Good.
She's hanging out.
I have missed her and felt like she's not been around at all. Like I even told her the other day, I'm like, you're gone. I haven't seen you. I don't feel you.
But she has a thing about not being intrusive where she is at the, on the other side. She doesn't want to get in people's space. And she says she's learned a lot about that, but she's definitely present. She's just not
right.
And that's all right. But she is present. So when you look back at the replay of this, look to see what you were feeling right before I said, is your mom on the other side? Because that feeling will give you a clue about what she feels like what her new fingerprint is, what her new energy code is on the other side. New to you.
That makes sense.
She loves you and she loves what you've done with your hair.
Yeah, she would like that. She like curls. So
So thank you for those panel readings, Jody. They're magnificent. I think we want to get a couple more people in here. And if we don't get to you, I am so sorry. It's just hard to get everybody in. Let's go to We Have Fun real quick, because always We Have Fun is always chiming in with a little quip here and there. And you're up in Canada, right?
I am.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. So would you like a reading from
Absolutely.
Jody? Okay, Jody.
Okay. What's your first name?
My first name is Chris with a K, K-R-I-S.
Chris, you are a very warm and wonderful person, and you like to keep people at bay with your humor till you can see if you trust them. Does that make sense to you?
No, absolutely.
So
That checks out.
you throw humor in a lot, but I feel like recently you're starting to go, I don't need to do that as much. I can actually pull back a little bit and let people know who I really am, because being warm and being sensitive to some things is a very good thing.
Thanks.
You're sharp. You're very smart. I don't know if you've always known that, though.
Yeah.
There's lots of
No.
different kinds of smart, and you're smart. You're smart.
Thanks.
You're
He
smart.
is. He
So
has some of the
you don't
fastest
have
quips.
to worry about. But
No,
that's
I-
also sort of it's being funny is I like being funny too. And trust me, I am funny. I might not be funny right now, but I'm funny. But sometimes I think
it's diffusing.
we do that to keep people apart. Yeah. And then
Yeah, and you can do it as a
want more
filter
connection.
almost. Yeah, if somebody doesn't have a good sense of humor, you can filter them out pretty quickly by doing that sort of thing. That totally relates.
Right. And I feel like you want more personal connections with people. You want like more of that connection where you learn things about them, you learn things about yourself, and it's a whole different, it's almost like there's different ways that you rejuice yourself. Like I see these batteries. I see this big room with all these batteries, and sometimes this one gets drained, and so you have to go into this one, and you want to do it sort of evenly. So the one that you're looking at right now and that's you're feeding right now is the one where you lose your mask and you allow people to really get to know you, and that you will very much like the feel of it. And you know what, if somebody doesn't react the way you want to, you can ask them more about it, or you don't have to hang with them.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I've unfortunately lost both of my parents. Do you see anyone around me? Are you connecting with anybody? I know the veil's kind of getting thinner right now.
The veil's always thin for me. It's what's interesting about this is when I say I don't dial people up, like I don't call them, but I'm really available to them. So let's see.
So interesting.
Well, I don't know if this is your mom or your dad, but it's night of the stomach. Did somebody have cancer in their stomach, or cancer, or some sort of degenerate, something that's failing in the chest that drained into the stomach? Because there is somebody around you that had there was a wastingness about it. And I feel like they got, is that your mom?
Yeah, my mom was battling lymphoma, and then COVID took her out, unfortunately.
She's got a fun laugh. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah,
it just comes on, like, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I feel like she's talking, she likes big hair herself. Like she likes a presence. Like she wanted to have a presence herself.
She definitely had a presence.
She says you're hard on yourself.
For sure.
She's showing me like you doing a test and then ripping it up. Like you just like, there was a thing about school where you got frustrated when you were taking tests, or when something wasn't perfect, you got really frustrated with it.
I don't remember ripping any up, but that definitely rings.
So she doesn't mean this literally, but what is she saying? The bomb, some sort of I don't know, like something you did, maybe a science project or something that sort of had a funky smell. She's talking about something that you did. Maybe it was for school, and then there was just like a weird smell in the room after that.
We used to make.
Do you remember
out of as
smoke
teenagers?
bombs? Yeah. She's talking about that,
and sugar.
Yeah. She's talking about that, and that's one way they bring me things like that, so you know for sure that it's them, because that would be kind of hard to pull out of air.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I've had a medium experience before, and it shakes my foundation. I'm very grounded, scientific minded, and then when they say things that, they couldn't know, and even things, it was weird. There's one time that it's like something that my parents shouldn't have known, almost like, are you tapping into my energy? I don't know. It's very fascinating to me.
So I can understand why you feel that way, but everything has an energy and almost has like a taste and a smell and just such a feel to it that I can
Mhm.
tell the difference between your energy and her energy. And it's as much alike as you are, you're actually very different because
Okay.
you are different. Like she literally is talking to me about my hair and my lipstick. And I don't know if
She
she
would.
didn't have yeah, there you go. So it feels very different. I always tell people you have to know how you feel because when some other feeling just kind of comes in all of a sudden, a lot of times it's something intuitive and then you
Mhm.
can understand it better, but you have to know how you feel first. So I know how I feel, how you feel, and how your mom feels.
That's
And she
amazing.
wants you to know that she loves you and she does
Aw.
pop in.
Thanks so much. So what do you think
Mhm.
happens after we pass away? Like, how are you prepared for the afterlife? What are your expectations for that sort of scenario?
I would have answered that differently 3 years ago. I
Okay.
had a little life scare myself. So there's an overlap. So I believe with everything in me that there is an afterlife, that I'm actually talking to souls, and that we all go into the light unless we choose for some reason to stay in the darkness. But we always have an opportunity to go into light. So earthbound, meaning ghosts, versus spirits in the light. I feel like there are always people around us that we recognize, that help coax us over to the other side. So you have to let go. It's a process. Death is a process. Birth is a process. So is death often. It's not always just like that. And then there's a light, and we recognize people when we get there, and we learn about our life and what we did and how we brought people joy, and maybe and of course, how we brought people sorrow and how that felt to them, because we experience it through their perspective. And then we get to do all sorts of things we just love to do. And we get to peek on people we love too, but not while
Interesting.
they're showering.
Yeah, no,
Mhm.
hopefully not. But no, thanks so much for the perspective, and Jim and family, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank
These
you.
events are great.
Thank you. We appreciate. Thank you for all your support and always chiming in. And happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, guys.
We're running up against it. Do you want to stick with us just a little bit longer, Jody?
Sure.
Okay. Dar, it's time for a giveaway, I think. I think we need to do a giveaway.
Ooh, that's fun.
You know how to do that, right?
Oh, do I?
Yeah, you need to go to streamyard.com/giveaway and share that screen.
Ah, okay. We didn't practice this.
Yeah. So this is going to be a random drawing, folks. And once we get it done, I want you to put in, once we share it on the screen, I want you to put in the hashtag, don't do it yet, the hashtag stay spooky, but wait until you get the okay from me. So once you get that pulled up, and you have to select which stream we're doing, and I think you can find that on there. Are you finding that, Dar?
Yeah, I don't know if I was supposed to. Was I supposed to?
Why don't you share the screen now?
Okay, I'll share the screen. You can see what's happening.
Yes.
Yes.
Live. The broadcast is live. Here we go. And we thought this would be fun because this way you don't have to be a trivia genius. You can just put in your information. Now, okay. So, yeah, stay spooky. Yeah, make that small. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Start collecting comments. Okay,
Is it
go.
dependent on
Now,
the caps?
Oh, try to refresh that page. It
Well,
said
I
an
did,
arrow.
and that's what it keeps saying is wrong.
Okay, well,
It
just
goes
make
to
it
this.
Make it lowercase then.
Okay.
Choose a live stream. Yep.
I know. I'm a learning.
All right. I wonder why we're getting an error. Go back. Go back. This is the nature of the beast, friends. Maybe just refresh the whole page, yeah.
I did.
All right. We'll try it again. Yeah. Don't put in stay spooky yet, people. Hold on a minute.
Like that? All right. Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Keep putting it in. Stay spooky.
Yeah, just keep. Let's see
showing
if it.
entries. It's
Yeah.
showing.
I know it's showing 12.
Yeah.
Is it letting people do it?
Doesn't look like it. Refresh the page and see if it works.
It's gonna make me do this again.
Yeah. Sorry,
One more
guys.
time.
That's a 3. You need
I
to
know.
hashtag-
I'm sorry.
What are you doing, Naja?
Naja
All
can't
right.
type.
All right. We'll try one more time. All right. I think
See,
we
now it
draw
says
at this
23.
point.
23
Yeah,
entries,
let's draw.
though.
That's good. All right, let's draw. Let's see who wins.
I think the box is lying to us.
Hillary!
Hillary!
Wins. Yay! All right, Hillary, go to jimharold.com/contact. Let me make sure that's right. Jim.
Oh no.
jimharold.com/contact. And
What a
again,
cute kitty cat.
follow up. Yeah. jimharold.com/contact and let us know that you were the winner. And if Maddie and Dark can collect that name, Hillary from YouTube. And we'll come back and do another one. We'll do another one. Oh, I should tell them what they win.
Yeah.
Well, get this. Get this. This is really cool. You're going to win some cool stuff. First of all, you get a $25 gift card to our Etsy shop. $25 gift code, I should say. And also, Sasha Graham, the Tarot Diva, has donated several different copies. Let me pull it up here of this gorgeous product here, Dark Wood Tarot Mini Deck, the Dark Wood Tarot Mini Deck. So we will send that to you as well. So you get a $25 gift code to our Etsy store with the Jim Harold merch, and then you get this Dark Wood Tarot Mini set. So enjoy that, Hillary, and we'll be doing several more of these as we go on. Jody, before we let you go, if people want to reach out to their loved ones, I know there's always a need and there's a wanting there. How do they go about it? What do you suggest?
So I always feel like we can text heaven. And what you do is you take a memory that you have of this person that you would like to connect with that's on the other side and ground yourself in it. Feel that memory of what it was like to be with that person and how much you love them, and connect with how much you love them. And you can send them a message saying, I love you and I miss you and I would love to hear from you. A dream, a sign, send me a coconut. You know, you can make some requests like that. And then chances are they will give you a sign, but you need to be open to what that sign is, because you might not have a coconut delivered to your front door, but you might go somewhere where you usually eat and there's a coconut right on the menu right next to your favorite food. So you could say, oh, that's just a coincidence, but it's not. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Be open to those signs. It's the feeling of love that will clue you in that it's them. You will feel that feeling that you have because that love never goes away. They connect with you through that love and you connect with them through that love. They are watching. They are happy for you. They want you to enjoy your life.
Well, Jody, just fantastic. I wish we had more time to do more readings. I apologize to everybody waiting. We're going to have to do this again when it's just a dedicated session with you if you're interested in doing that. But
Sure.
People can connect with you in everything you do, and you do so much. You have books, you do readings, you're constantly doing TV appearances. Where can people find you and your information?
TheIntuitiveCoach.com is where you're going to find a lot of things. I'm also the resident psychic on a show called Twin Cities Live. It's ABC, and you can get it. Just go to Twin Cities Live or go to kstp.com. You can see things. You can also find a lot of things that I've done on YouTube, and I'm on social media, pretty much everything. So, and I love when I hear from people. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I'll be on Twin Cities Live Monday. I'll be on the 30th with a really fun ghost investigation. It was like one of my favorites. I haven't even seen how they put it together, but it was a very emotional, very cool thing. So I'm proud of it.
Jody, it's always a pleasure. Very good. Very
Totally.
good. Thank you so much.
yeah.
We
Thank you for
all
having
appreciate
me.
you.
It's lovely. Thank you for the honor of including me. And bye, everybody. It's been fun.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye,
Thank
Jody.
you.
Truly one of the most talented and nicest people in what we do. Thank you, Jody.
For sure.
Really enjoy having some time to spend with Jody. And we got a little behind there. So we're going to get into, if I can push the right button, we're going to get into another drink recipe. But this one with a little bit of a difference. This one is non-alcoholic.
Mocktail.
Mocktail.
Everyone, happy Halloween!
Welcome to our laboratory. Okay, we're being really goofy.
We are, but that's okay.
Cassandra is finally very, very happy because as we do a drink recipe for you all, we have
Dry ice. I've been wanting to do this for so long.
every year when we've been doing our
It's like
drink
we need to have
recipes,
dry ice.
I can't find dry ice most places.
We
so
found it though.
after the runaround.
So, but with that, we want to put a little warning just for everybody. Dry ice can be very dangerous. You want to
play
be
with it.
very careful. You don't want to touch it with your bare skin. Always be wearing gloves, eye protection.
Right. So while it looks neat, let it look neat and like not play with it. Just let it stay
Exactly.
there. So as we kind of mentioned, I'm Dar Harold. This is Cassandra Harold. We've been doing drink recipes for a few years. We usually just do them on our Halloween show, but we thought we would do some ahead of time. And we're actually going to start with a mocktail this year. And what are we doing, Cassandra?
We're doing a bloody Shirley Temple.
So we were actually lucky. We found some beakers this year and we got some drink syringes or I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
used for whatever, but we're using it for drinking.
And this is honestly, it's a little touch like this that makes it look so much more fun.
Right. So, I mean, especially if you've got kids and you want them, you're having like a little party.
It feels special.
Oh, they will think that's like the greatest, right? So Shirley Temple, very simple. You're going to use chilled either ginger ale or Sprite, Starry, lemon, lime, 7-Up, whatever. You could do a half and half combo, which I think we're going to do today, right? This recipe, we're going to put some maraschino cherries and the grenadines going in the shot. There you go. So very simple. Cassandra, what do we do? Let's half and half.
Yep, let's open her up. Thankfully, we've got it in this lovely beaker, actually. We just measure it.
Yeah.
Measure it here.
Use whatever the
No,
kids like or
you
whatever
can.
you like. I mean, if you like ginger ale, use the ginger ale. If you like Sprite, use the Sprite.
How much
7-Up.
of each? We just eyeballing
Just
it?
eyeball half and half. They say to drop a few maraschino cherries at the bottom. So I'm going to grab a few here. This one has a stem. We won't use that one. No.
Good.
There you go. Drop a few cherries in.
Already looking a little more red.
Pretend like they're, I don't know. Ooh, that one's floating. There you go.
That's fun.
I'm going to pour the grenadine in another little glass.
It'll
and
make
try
it
to-
easier to draw it up.
Try to draw it up that
and
way.
then we're also not contaminating the bottle.
Yeah, because there we go. So syringe, you're going to pull up first, throw some air, and then dip it in
Pull up.
and pull up. Usually slowly. If you got a lot of air, you
air
could
bubble.
pull it back out.
These might just have air bubbles.
They do
That's
a little bit, and it depends on pour it how much you want in it. Okay, like that.
Yep.
And you just literally stick it in there.
Yep.
Let the kids
They
or
can
whoever
push
if
in there as much as they want.
They can push in, so we can
Yeah.
look at
So
how
once
it's.
again. It's very fun to look at.
Yeah, so it's given that effect of woo.
And you can put some normal ice in here too.
You can if you want to keep it,
Cool.
cooler than if you don't have it chilled properly. So there you go.
Yeah.
Easy mocktail. Kids will love it. Adults like it. I mean, I like it. So what's not to like? It's sugar. So hopefully you'll have a wonderful, happy Halloween with this one. Drink responsibly, and this is one way. There's no alcohol. There you go. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
That was a lot of fun. You got to undo that mute button when you come
There
back
you
on.
go.
I'm still
That helps,
learning
right?
after 18 years. Everybody's still learning. But I think you guys did such a great job on those
Aw,
recipes.
thank you. It
And
was
over on
fun.
the YouTube channel, there's more. We got a lot of people waiting in the green room. I do want to get to some people, but first we have to get to another video. Jeff Ezell, he is a magician. He's a great guy.
Everyone.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Jim, I think you need to remove those other videos
Yes,
too from the.
I
There
actually
we
am
go.
going to. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. But anyhow, Jeff Isel, a great guy, a magician,
fantastic.
and he's going to do some awesome tricks for us. And after this, we're going to have another giveaway. And this one, we're going to have the tarot deck. We're going to have the $25 Etsy card. And we're going to have this. This is, I'm trying to get it where you can actually see it without the reflection. Jeff Ezell Magic and Mind Reading Kit will be part of that awesome prize. So we're going to watch Jeff's video, and he's going to do some really, we were very impressed, weren't we, Dar? These were some awesome tricks.
It was really good.
Yeah. So
now you guys get to see it.
Here it is, Jeff. Ezell Magic, sir. Thank you. Yeah,
my boys, my girls, what's happening?
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much for doing this, because I know you were recently on Won't Believe. You're a huge supporter of the shows, but most importantly, you are a very successful magician. You play the Magic Castle. You play Vegas. You have a residency in Vegas.
So awesome.
And the funny thing is, I was fascinated as a kid by magic, and my parents would buy me the Marshall Brodeen magic. Remember?
Oh yes, Marshall Brodeen, 100%.
Yeah, and I had the box with a magician doesn't give up his tricks, but you would put something in it, it would disappear. I had the magic hat, but the thing was I had no manual dexterity. So I had no ability to do any sleight of hand. Like I would try to do cards and they would just like, it was just ridiculous. Yeah. So I said, as much as I love magic, I better head towards broadcasting. That's where I think
this is what's working out.
I don't think magic would have worked out, but it's worked out for you. And you were kind enough, we were talking about this Halloween live stream, and you were kind enough to say, hey, well, we'll do some magic tricks for the audience. So, so what do you got for us today?
I thought something was interesting, and you had mentioned about your Marshall Brodeen and your dexterity, right? And
lack thereof.
What I like to tell people is I had like when I was a kid, I started watching magic on TV, 6 years old. All I could possibly find on TV, I would watch it, just kind of devour it, right? Because I loved it. By the time I was 9 years old, I thought I knew it all. And I literally tried to cut my brother in half in the living room.
Oh, gosh.
My gosh.
Mom, seriously, my mom walked in just in time. I swear to you. Had one of those big refrigerator boxes we kept in the basement, right?
Yeah.
And I brought it up, put one of couple of those carpenter's horses, and I put to my brother to crawl in. He's like 3 or 4 years old. I got the saw. I was just going. My mom's like walking in. She's like, what's going on? Mom, you got to see this. It's the greatest thing. I watched it on TV. It's amazing. And she had to stop me, of course, and kind of let me know what's really happening. I'm like, oh, well, I guess that wouldn't have worked out too well. He would have been my half brother, though, for sure, 100%.
I thought I was in trouble for some spilled milk with the pitcher trick, but boy, that takes it to a whole new level.
Whoa,
Jim, I want to ask you and Dar to do something for me, okay?
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you have with you a pack of cards. I don't expect you to have a pack of cards, either of you.
No.
But the two of you, what you can do is you can both picture a pack of playing cards together, and you're going to create one card for yourselves. So, Jim, like if you pick, like if there's red and black, you pick red or black. Just say red or black, and whatever you say is the one I'll use, right? And then Dar, you pick the number, and then Jim, I'll come back to you. Pick a suit. Very easy, right?
Okay.
So, Jim, red or black?
Okay.
Red.
Red and Dar, pick a number for me. One of any of the cards, like you can go ace through king.
Okay, 7.
7. Okay, so we have a red and we have a 7. Now this will be the one opportunity I'll give you both, either one of you. If you want to change your mind, if Jim, if you want to make it a black card, and if you want to make it a different number, you can.
No, I'm
You
good.
want to stick with the red and stick with your black. Stick with your number 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jim, I want you to pick a suit.
Diamonds.
Diamonds. So a red, 7, diamonds, all selected. Did I make you guys pick that?
No.
Was it a free choice?
Yeah.
It was a free choice. No,
Now, let me tell you this.
and I know they always say discussion before. There was no discussion before.
No,
Right.
First I heard
absolutely
of
not.
this.
To me, that's a big deal, right? I want to make sure that we didn't discuss anything before either. This is huge, right? But what I did do, and what I do before every time I'm going to do a presentation, I have what I call a pre-show ritual, Jim. What I do is my pre-show ritual is I do this. I personally get my own pack of playing cards. I take them out of the box and I spread them out on the table, face down. And then I just kind of go over the cards. I randomly just grab one card and I pull it out of the pack and I turn it upside down. I close up the whole pack with that card upside down, put the pack back in the box, and then I take that box. And today I set it right there, which is sitting on this table right behind us. And you can see it in the curtain right there.
Mm-hmm.
The craziness would be this. You guys are in Ohio.
Yes.
I'm in Vegas.
Yes.
What would be the chances of a card you guys just made up in Ohio being the same card I have backwards on stage here in Vegas?
Would it be 1 in 52? I mean,
It could be 152. It could be 152. That would probably make the most sense, right? But think about this. You both had two different sets of selections. It could have gone so many different ways.
That's true.
The randomness
Permutation.
could have
That's
been way more. I'm going to reach back here, Jim. I'm going to open up this pack right in front of you. I'm not going to go anywhere, but right here. You can see the pack?
I see it. I saw you pick it up.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to open it very cleanly right in front of you guys. Throw the pack way over there. I'm going to spread through the cards right in front of you. And we're going to find the one card I have backwards in the whole deck. This is going to be the craziness. Now, the funny part is, when I'm doing that pre-show part, I never really look to see what card I put backwards in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of do it, right? But today, we're going to see how it works out. And I use one of these and pray it's a 7 of diamonds like you guys picked out. You said red, 7, diamond. Let's go for this, right? I'm going to look for the one card I have backwards, which is right here, like this, in the entire pack. Right now, I'm spreading out the entire deck, but you can see I have one card backwards in there.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you one question. Now, this is a very genuine question, Jim and Dar, because this is from my heart, right? It's from me. Would you change that to the 3 of clubs for me, please?
Well, we would do
because
anything.
I don't look. I don't have no idea what's really going to be back there. But here's the reality. Here's the craziness of the whole thing. If we really want it to be amazing and we want it to be really awesome magic, and it has to be so insane, all the way from Ohio to the stage here in Las Vegas, the only card I had backwards was also the 7 of diamonds.
Man.
Yay.
Wow.
Excellent. Well done.
Wow.
Well done.
Yikes.
And you guys got to pick it on. And I love that, right? That's the whole. That's how much fun that can be. And that's
Oh,
kind
that
of fun.
was
I have
awesome.
crowds here in Vegas. It's just you have to have a lot of fun with the people. You have to just keep going and going and going and going, right?
Yeah, I mean that's Vegas. You play Vegas. That is just amazing
That's
to me.
so awesome.
That's the
That's how
big
you
time.
get
I've
on
only
stage
been to the Vegas once. That is awesome.
It'd be so
So
cool if you guys made it back out here. You know what I mean?
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
I
Let's go.
know.
Let's go.
Me too.
Let's
Me
go.
too.
So do you have one more for us? Do you have one more for
Yeah.
us?
Well, I want to show you this real quick, just because I thought it was neat. I would never ever suggest doing this. Number one, but do this. Wait. Let's see. Get the camera. Look. If you want to clear out the sinuses a little bit, you can do that. You can do that. But let me grab this
Forget the
one here
neti
real quick.
pot.
Right. Yeah, no neti pot needed on that bad boy because I've got it all set. But this is something that most people have already seen, something like this old school. I call this one the old school magic, right? Where you take like a little silk like this and you put the silk in your hand like this. But I always tell people, if you ever see the silk in a magician's hand, it's going to go down the sleeve, under the fist, or up the sleeve somehow. That's what's going to happen normally. But literally, I'm just going to put it right here in my hand like this. The problem is it's a very big silk, and it's kind of purple, and it sticks out, it hangs out there. Very easy to see, very, very bright. So it didn't really matter how much I kind of jam it in there. It kind of still hard to see. But here's the thing. I just open my hand a little bit, and just vanishes the whole thing.
Very nice.
Here, watch. I'll take it like this. You have a little paper napkin like this. On top of my hand like this, very clearly, make a little pocket like this, snap my fingers, reach inside the little pocket, and pull out the purple silk from inside the napkin.
Wow. Yeah. Woo.
Well,
Thank you
that
very
is
much.
neat.
That is
Excellent. Well, Jeff, I just want to ask you a couple things about magic in general, just because I'm kind of geeked
100%.
out by magic, particularly when I was like in elementary school. I remember they had one of those book fairs, and I bought this. I think it's like a classic book on Houdini. And
Yeah.
I wore that thing out. And
good.
it went back into the history. It was like it wasn't a kid's book. It was like a grown-up book. So you had Houdini and you had Hardin and all these famous magicians.
Yes.
Then you had Blackstone, and then later on, Harry Blackstone. You had Kreskin, who was more of a mentalist. Certainly David Copperfield, the late Doug Henning, all those people. Those are people that I remember growing up.
Yeah.
Who was and who is your favorite magician of all time, other than Jeff Ezell?
Right. So you mentioned Blackstone, which is very cool because I'm still friends with Harry Blackstone Jr.'s wife. Her name is Gay Blackstone, and she's still around. And she produces a show called World's Greatest Magic or something like that. It's on the CW channel.
Oh, cool.
But the magician as a kid, the one I looked up to the most and the one I enjoyed watching the most for me was Doug Henning, in my opinion. Now, the reasoning behind Doug Henning is this. He was so interesting and so easy to watch. He wasn't stuffy, he wasn't like tuxedo and out prim and proper. He was just fun. He'd sit there on the floor with you and do tricks with you on stage on a show. Just really cool to watch. And I enjoyed watching that style. For me, that kind of developed who I kind of wanted to be in a sense. Now, I remember watching a show. Can I tell you a quick story?
Sure, please.
I remember watching a show when I was a kid, and forgive me if I don't remember the exact name. It was either called Celebrities of Magic or Stars of Magic or something like that. But Doug Henning was on that show, and he was doing this trick, the sewing the lady in half trick, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he had two ladies on stage, and he had the ladies that he was using was, I think, the mom from Happy Days, and there was another
Marion
lady,
Ross,
and I can't remember, right? I don't remember the other lady, right? So one of the ladies was dressed in all pink, and the other one was dressed in all yellow. It was either all blue or all yellow or all pink and all yellow, but they had just two completely different outfits. And he had two of the boxes on the stage. The boxes matched their outfit. One was all blue, one was all yellow. Just using those colors as an example. He had the lady in all blue, getting the all blue box. He had the lady in all yellow, getting the all yellow box. Put them out there, and he cuts them both in half. Separates them. Takes their legs and swaps boxes. So now when he opens the box, the lady had a yellow top and a blue bottom, and the other one had a blue bottom and a yellow top, or whatever the vice versa was, right? It was crazy to watch, but the really cool thing was this. Fast forward till about 1999, year 2000, I think it's 99 roughly, right? There's a place in Santa Monica, California there was a place in Santa Monica, California called Magicopolis. And the owner of Magicopolis, it was a theater, was friends with Doug Henning, and Doug Henning would store his props there. Well, I ended up performing there as an adult at one point. And fast forwarding the whole thing, bring it full circle for you, I got to do the trick that I saw on TV as a kid with the props that Doug Henning used when I was a little kid on stage for the entire.
That is awesome.
For me, that was
must
really
have
cool.
been like tremendous.
I mean, I was just in heaven, right? And then I think shortly after that, Doug Henning had died. He was trying to make it come back basically like that. But it was just so cool to use the props of the guy who you used to enjoy on TV when you were a kid. I loved it.
That's awesome.
It just made me so filled up inside. I loved it. It was so cool.
It would be like me getting to use Bob Barker's mic.
Bingo, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. It would be. It would be.
True.
Well, the thing is that there have been so many trends in entertainment, and you have video games and the internet and everything, but yet magic perseveres and has for hundreds of years. Why do you think that is, Jeff Ezell?
Well, I think it's only because of the interest. It always brings up different interests. Plus, the different styles, the way things are done now, as opposed to they were 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, right? You have these, I want to call them the younger magicians, who I love watching because they're really talented and super creative. And there's technology that's involved now in magic. There's so many really cool things. There's a guy right now on TV on America's Got Talent this past year. His name was Trig Watson. And I watched him do something on stage that I have never, ever, ever, ever seen. And it was just so incredible to me that I was a kid again watching magic. And so I think that anybody can really get the bug, but I got rebit just by watching that. It was just so amazingly cool because he used technology in his magic. And you have to look it up. Trig Watson on America's Got Talent. You got to see it. Last week when I was performing at the Magic Castle, he was in the palace and doing his show there, and I was in the parlor doing my show. And of course, I went to see his show live, and he wanted to come see my show, the same thing. But just the thing that he did was just so cool. And seeing it live was also so cool.
And I also have to think there's a real brotherhood and sisterhood of magicians. That has to be a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There is. It's a big community and it's a small community at the exact same time. You know, it's like everybody, you kind of know everybody. And even though if you know how some things are done, when you sit down and watch a show, you just want to become the kid and you want to enjoy it. But everybody, as an example, I might know Copperfield, but I don't know Copperfield. Does that make sense? It's like we could pass each other in the hallway and he'll be like, that's about it. Little head nod. But that'll be it because we don't know each other. But, but you know of each other in a sense, that kind of thing.
That's neat. You know, the one thing I was going to say, I think part of the reason that we love magic is similar to the reason why we love Halloween, or for those who celebrate, we love Christmas. It allows us to be a kid again and have that suspension of disbelief and all those great things, and the magic returns. And so I think it's very appropriate that we had you on tonight's show, and I really, really do appreciate it. Jeff, where can people find your magic in person and online?
Well, right now in person, of course, I'm at the Las Vegas Magic Theater here in Las Vegas, Nevada, around the strip near Old Town Vegas, not connected to a hotel or a casino, just our own place, right? But online, I'm super easy to find. JeffEzell.com, on Instagram, Jeff Ezell Magician, YouTube, The Everyday Magic Man. But if you just Google Jeff Ezell Magic, you'll find me everywhere. I'm just all over the place. I'm always popping up videos, always putting up content, always having fun with people. Just fun. I'm always available for bookings. I go in corporate shows, trade shows, whatever you need. Hire Jeff.
Well, that's right. Hire Jeff and prepare
For sure.
DNAs. Prepare to be
100%
amazed.
amazed.
Dar, isn't Jeff great?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I think this was so fun.
Give him another hand of applause there. Yay, Jeff. Jeff,
Awesome.
Not as good as Dar's hot dogs, though, by the way.
there you go. Yeah, those mummy dogs are awesome.
Yeah, those mummy dogs are amazing. I love
Been
them.
in the Harold household for years and years.
Yes, and you can take one look at me until I've eaten my share.
Boy,
We have eaten too many.
really crazy is that after watching that, I had to walk down to Fremont Street, and there's a place called the D Coney Island, and the people who own that are from Detroit, so they know how to make a decent, what I call Coney Island dog, and it seems. So I go down there and I went and had myself a chili cheese dog and a chili cheese fry just because I watched that video of yours, Don.
There you go.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
Jeff, so great. Happy Halloween and continued success in everything you do. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Always good. Always good.
That was awesome. Awesome.
Jeff is awesome.
Oh my God.
And look what he did. He sent us the actual card that he pulled from the deck. Yeah. So it was awesome. Great souvenir.
Awesome. And we have some. Thank you, Jeff. Yes. JeffEzell.com. Make sure to check it all out. So, speaking of England, we have a special guest from England, Nigel Tufnell.
Hello, everyone.
Tap, and Forrest Burgess
from
Astonishing Legends.
That previous fella, that's some crazy stuff. I don't know how he's doing that. It's amazing.
It's absolutely amazing, Nigel.
It truly is.
My God, it's somehow more of an Aussie, though.
That guy's a joke. Give me a break. Everybody talking about Ozzy all the time.
I like Nigel. I like your eyeliner. Very flattering. That's great.
Oh, so it's left on from a show. Sorry. How's everyone doing?
Everyone's doing well. Was it you with the cucumber? I can never remember.
No, that was my bandmate. I don't need any props.
Hello.
But
so. Forrest and Nigel, aka Scott Philbrook from Astonishing Legends. So guys, I mean, I know you have been super busy this Halloween season. What have you guys been up to for Halloween with your fantastic podcast and associated podcasts? And plus there's a new one out too. So tell us all about that.
There is a new one. We did a bunch of listener stories this year, and we had a lot of fun with those. Folks sending some amazing stuff. We started doing that last year, and we got some over 100 stories. Not to cut into your milieu, Jim. We just do this. We do this a couple times a year, but it was fun, and we just put a show out tonight that is that's a research oriented, associated with a section of Arizona that we've never talked about before that has some high strangeness, and a listener had a really, really crazy experience there. So that's that just posted about an hour ago, I think. So
that's awesome.
A lot of fun with that one, actually. And our composer really went crazy with it. So he's so talented. We're lucky that we got the guy that we got. So, and our editor, everything just came together really well on it. So that was fun.
And Forrest, what are your thoughts during this happy Halloween season?
Well, I'm still nonplussed and shocked at Scott's costume. He did. This is a surprise for me. I wanted to be a surprise. I didn't ask him what it was going to be, and he didn't tell me. So that's the first shocking thing of the Halloween season.
Shocking.
Another great round of stories. Some that came in after the deadline from last year that we used, and a few from this year. And you having so many years of collected people's personal anecdotes, it kind of blows me away, just the stories that are out there that they wouldn't normally share if there was not an outlet. And of course, it's easier, I think, these days to be able to share that. But a lot of these folks said they didn't. Even tell anybody. It's either one of two things. You probably could confirm this. Either they've told anybody who would listen, thousands of people over the years, or they've never told anybody because they got a bad eye-rolling reaction. So it's interesting to see the trend of stories and the types of stories you get. So, but I would leave that to you, as if you could see any trends that you've noticed over the years.
There's been a lot more doppelganger stories than I ever expected.
Yes. Yeah. That's weird.
Which I think kind of lends itself to the whole idea of that this, people think ghosts are dead people, and they may be in some cases, but sometimes maybe they're people from an alternate reality, a different dimension, time slip. It really the doppelganger thing I feel is like a mind opener. It broadens your scope because it's not easily explicable. We just had one on Campfire this week. A woman was, she was in college. I think she was working at some place, and somebody said, hey, I just saw a few minutes ago, you just changed your clothes? And she's like, no. And then she came face to face with a person that looked just like her. I mean, I think that's one of the things that surprised me, how many people experience doppelganger experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not one type of story that we came across a lot. We've only been doing this 9 years. You've been doing it since 2005, and what we notice is that those are pretty rare. And the first few I'd heard on your show, Campfire. So I thought I was always been fascinated by that. And the most creepy aspect of that is perhaps when you see yourself. And not just a family member or friend or a stranger that passes through the bar. And so those, Scott and I loved that story a long time ago. You probably don't remember where it's from, but somebody was talking about hiking on a trail and looking behind them, so, getting the sense that they were watched.
Oh, yeah, that was a great one.
And it was a version of themselves, but very neutral, just
hiking behind them.
Yeah.
You don't want to look and see yourself. Especially,
it's because then the first question, it's like, am I the real one, or is that the
right?
Real one? And
right, am I going to be replaced?
That's always by the way, it reminds me of my favorite line in the wonderfully amazing first original movie, The Stepfather, when he gets confused because he has multiple families and he gets confused in the kitchen, and he's talking to his wife, and then he responds to her by the wrong name, as the name of a different wife, and then he's holding the phone and he's just like, wait a minute. Who am I here? Then he turns around and brains her with the phone, which is horrible. But
there's a great book that Cassandra told me about, Blake Crouch. Which one was it? Unmute yourself and
Dark Matter. Actually, that's exactly what I was thinking about with this conversation. Dark Matter by Blake Crouch has a very similar setup. It's got some interplay with parallel universes and kidnapped identities and.
Oh, that's cool.
And could you imagine if you're Cassandra and you're dressed like that and you see your doppelganger?
Coraline is so scary.
Yeah, that's something I would want. Unfortunately, my other mother couldn't make it tonight, but she gave me this key.
That's kind of the idea, though, is that there's a parallel universe which is darker, not so nice, and black button eyes are traditional, but you could choose, and then just the fact that it is a mirror of something that's not just another version where, suddenly slightly some things are different. It's just that it's very dark, and the stories that we get aren't necessarily where the doppelganger is doing something awful. It's just mimicking something, and not usually that spot on. Something is usually a little bit off. Either the clothes were from, or hairstyle was from a
Right.
week ago. There's something that's slightly off about it. And with the story that we just posted last week, a guy who was growing up saw his sister, but it was back in the 80s, so she had this 80s outfit on, and then she came by a few seconds later, and his first thought, well, it was obviously a very close duplicate, and his first thought was like, how would you have time to change that fast? I know you have a lot of outfits, but asking him what he wanted for lunch. And so it was a very benign thing, but just that moment it just rattles you. Well, yeah, of course. It rattled him for the rest of his life, and that ended up in that collection of stories that he's had. But he's had a lifetime of these experiences, which I'm sure you've also seen with a lot of your listeners. Either it's a one-off, one or two things, or it's been happening periodically throughout their lives.
Nigel/Scott.
Yes, sir.
Most of the people that listen to everybody listens to Astonishing Legends knows about this. There may be just a few people who have not had that opportunity yet, and they certainly should. But you kind of started coming at this thing from maybe a more skeptical, I think, or kind of agnostic kind of appeal. But then you had some experiences with the Sally House. Can you just give us like a thumbnail teaser of what happened to you in regard to the Sally House? I know it's a huge, long, involved.
We made it too long. It's 10 times longer than it needs to be.
But just give us like a flavor of what happened to you that turned you from skeptic, if I could speak, to someone who is not necessarily a skeptic all the time.
Well, I would say, and I wasn't a full-blown skeptic. I was just a little incredulous. I generally thought a lot of storytellers were maybe mistaken, or and in some cases people making things up. But I thought that real things happened, but I just thought they were a lot more rare than they turn out to be once you start digging into this stuff. With regard to the Sally House, Forrest and I were in the town that it's in, which is Atchison, Kansas, for an Amelia Earhart thing that we went to. We were invited by Chris Williamson because we have done some shows on her disappearance. And that's her hometown. So we were there for a panel on that. And that house happened to be there. And the folks in town were like, well, we can get you into that house if you want to check it out while you're here. You get some extra content produced. We weren't even going to go. We were pressed for time and nervous about our panel and everything, because we were without a doubt the two stupidest people on the stage that night. So there was a lot going on, a lot of pressure for us with all that. And just at the last minute, that we had made friends with somebody who worked in the visitors office for the town. And she was like, I've got the key if you guys want to go. So we went over and we checked it out. You pull up to it, it does have a little bit of a vibe. It's funny. My son was with us, and when we got there, he refused to get out of the car. And then we pulled in, and we had acquired a digital recorder that's of some renown in the paranormal world. Came out in I think the 80s or the 90s. And it's got a really bad sample rate, and it's really poorly made. So it's actually known for getting EVPs. We hadn't really used it in the field before, but long story short, we wound up taking it in there, and we took it to the nursery, which is the spookiest room in the house, one of the most haunted rooms in the house. And we left it in there on voice activation for about 5 minutes with the door closed. And we all were downstairs quietly talking and just letting that roll. I really didn't think we were going to get anything. I thought that things had happened at that house because I'd seen an episode on Sightings about it. And I felt like the stuff that happened was real, but it was a long time prior. No one was living in it at this point. And then I went to get the recorder, and I was playing it back, and everyone was just talking amongst themselves. And what we got on that, which we call File 10, because it was the 10th recording on the recorder, was defied explanation. It was just like this angry, rambling, feels very like rageful voice that freaked me out so bad. I walked out of the house. I never went back in and won't. But because I know the circumstances and I personally put the recorder there, I knew obviously that I wasn't hoaxing myself, and we didn't do it, and then, you got to think about, oh, it's interference from this and that and the other, but I knew the circumstances, and our series on that looks at all of that stuff. We sent it to a forensic audiologist. We did all that stuff. So we explored everything, and no one could find an explanation for it. And then in addition to that, that file, the audio of that file, even in our show, has caused problems for other people. So that's the long and short of it. But after that, because I knew there was no rational explanation for it, and we explored any rational ones, and we couldn't find any, it definitely changed my disposition.
Well, yeah, I guess so. That would certainly do it. Guys, can you stick through a giveaway? We're going to do a quick giveaway if we can. And I'm not going to tell everybody the hashtag. It's going to be a random drawing. You're going to get a $25 card to our Etsy shop, our new mausoleum of merch, first floor, the Etsy shop. And that'll be a gift card or a gift code, I should say. Secondly, you're going to get a copy of the Dark Wood Tarot Mini, which I'm going to show you right here.
Cool.
And then thirdly, in honor of Jeff Ezell, magician Jeff Ezell, we're going to give this winner. This is actually the best prize package of the night because it has all three gifts. This is his magic and mind reading kit. Wouldn't you love to have that, Scott, enforced? Wouldn't you just love to have
that is amazing. I love it.
Yes.
I loved magic kits as a kid.
Me
and,
too.
Never got around to. I think Scott has a box of the Kreskin.
I got Kreskin right here.
Oh, cool.
I don't know
Kreskin,
where it is. It's around here
the
somewhere.
mentalist.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I had Marshall Brodeen's.
I have Marshall Brodeen. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Wait, let me hold on. Let me get a close up on that. Oh, now that's sweet. Oh man,
Pretty cool.
I always remember him going on like Merv Griffin, holding up the chalkboard. Yeah.
Right.
Those of a certain vintage can remember that, including me.
Well, that's very much
Nadja-
a Twilight Zone.
Yes. Nadja, dear, could you please start that share of that giveaway?
Well, what we need actually for this to work is you need to give the hashtag, and if you want to enter the drawing, they have to put that phrase
I know
with
that.
the hashtag.
I wanted to get it up there before because they're going to start putting it in prematurely. That's why I didn't do that.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It pulls it from the thing.
Hashtag
But that's okay. Here we go.
magic. Hashtag magic. Put that in the comments. And it'll be hashtag magic.
Okay.
All right.
We're just waiting a little bit because I want to get as many people in there.
Have we talked about the fact that this is actually next year's Halloween party? According to your graphic.
Really? I said 2024? Oh my God.
Oh,
We're time
no.
traveling.
We're in the future. We're in the future.
Traveling.
We
That's
had the
all.
time slip the whole time.
I put that in Chat GPT and that's what it came out with.
See, that's what you get trusting
You
the
cannot
AI
trust it.
overlords.
You can't trust the AI, especially with numbers.
All right, magic. We're up to 36. It seems to be working this time.
It
Wow, that's
does.
All right.
Ready? 42. Let me know when you want me to draw.
I better not do that. We'll get a copyright strike.
Yep.
La, la, la. No, you can't do that one either.
Can't do that one either.
What was that song? I'm hot for blood. I'm
Hot
hot for blood. Yeah.
blood.
Hot for blood. Yeah. Do you guys watch What We Do in the Shadows, Scott and Forrest?
Yes.
Oh, it's so awesome.
I just started watching
It's
it
so
about a
awesome.
week ago, actually.
Oh,
my God.
oh, keep going.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah, it's
fantastic.
hilarious.
It's absolutely fabulous.
Yes,
My
I love it.
favorite character is Laszlo.
Yeah.
Matt Berry.
Poor Laszlo.
If you haven't seen Matt Berry in Toast of London, I highly
Oh
recommend
yeah.
Oh,
That's
yes.
very good. Yeah, I've
Yes,
seen it. Yeah.
we've seen that. Ready?
Go.
Draw.
Magic.
Here we go.
it. It's very cool.
Wow, this is so cool.
Oh,
Savage Samurai.
29.
Woo!
So please take a note of that. And Savage Samurai 29, go to jimharold.com/contact and get in touch. Savage Samurai 29.
Yeah.
And you will win the Jeff Ezell kit. And you will win the $25 gift card. And you will win the Dark Wood Tarot mini deck. Now, if something happens, we have an international winner, we will calculate the value of those and somehow get you an equal value because it can be difficult to do that. Next thing I thought I'd do is we've had some people here in the stage waiting quite a while. Guys, would you mind taking some questions from our viewers today?
Not at all.
Sure,
Okay.
I'm gonna have to jump off in about 5 minutes because
That's fine.
I'm heading to the
Graveyard Tales. Yeah, excellent, excellent. Now, you know what? Doug has been here the longest, so I'm going to bring Doug on. Doug, longtime viewer of our parties. How you doing? Thank you for your patience, sir.
Oh, good to be here.
Are you up in Minnesota? Am I remembering right?
Right next to Jody.
Yeah, yeah. So, do you have any thoughts on Halloween? Any questions for Scott and Forrest?
Well, I wasn't. I didn't have anything in particular to ask them. I just had an interesting little object here. I was wanted to share with the people at the party.
Oh, please do.
That's it.
Okay. Well, it doesn't look like anything particular, special or anything. You know, it looks like a little ring chain holder. But what's interesting is where it actually came from. And all I can say is that I have no idea where it came from. I received a letter from the VA one day, and I thought, I better save this in my fire safe. So I walk into the closet to open up my firebox, and this thing is sitting on top of my safe. And I asked Judy, and I said, my wife, you know, is this yours? And she says, no, I thought it was yours. But the only thing I could think of is that somebody aported it to me.
Wow.
Yeah, if it was something that was down in my box of, you know, all the junk I brought back with me from Japan, if I would have brought it up in the basement, I would have set it on my, you know, curio cabinet.
Do you know what it is? What its function is?
Well, it appears to be, you know, you set a cup rings on it or necklaces down into the inside.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say you should put it on the what is this thing subreddit. They'll figure it out in like less than 5 minutes. They'll tell you what it is.
Oh,
you take a picture of it and put it up there. It's r/what is this thing, I think, or WITT. And it's crazy. Somebody always, no matter what you put up there, people figure it out instantly. That's my favorite subreddit, actually.
Well, that's what it looks like to me. It just
yeah, it might just be a jewelry thing, but it is kind of strange.
But the thing is, I don't know where the heck it came from. I don't have it. It was in the closet.
Doug, are you familiar with when we talk about jots, just one of those things that we talk about on the show? Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
An author named Mary Rose Barrington, she was quite elderly, and she was involved in the Society of Psychical Research. I think when I interviewed her, she was probably in her 70s and 80s, and this was probably 5 or 6 years ago, and unfortunately she passed. But then all of a sudden, jots, as she called them, started to become a thing on Campfire, and people started calling it. Now, most of the time, it was something would go missing, and then it would show up in some place it should never be. But also, I think jots are just stuff randomly appearing from the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Out of place artifacts. Oopos.
Yeah. Very strange indeed. Happening. Well, Doug, good luck with figuring it out, and let us know if you do.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Doug is always a great supporter, and we appreciate it. And another great supporter, Scary Sandy. Sandy's been with us from the very beginning.
Hello,
Sandy. Sandy's had some great stories. We just featured one about a week ago, the one about when you walked into the Old West.
Did you? I missed it.
Yes, I did.
Hey, you know, I'm really loving your new campfire look with the fireplace on the
Oh, thanks.
screen.
Thanks. Yeah, we're trying some new stuff, Do you have a question for the guys? Scott and Forrest?
Well, I don't really. Well, what's the scariest situation you've ever been in where you felt like I need to get out of here like now?
Well, for me, it was the Sally House that I just talked about. Absolutely. Far and away. Yeah. I don't even like flying over it when I'm flying across the country.
Whoa.
I've never seen him speed walk, but that was
yeah, I was doing that kind of like, you know, that when
just before a breakout run.
Yeah.
And also you know, his son was still in the car, I mean, with the grandparents. And
yeah, my dad and stepmom were there too.
Did it occur to you in that moment though? It's like, oh, I better put on a brave face or I can't be seen, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I did go out to the backyard. I didn't want to freak my son out.
Were you worried about anything following you back home or any?
It did. I was dealing with stuff for almost 8 months, probably.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's gone now. It's funny, you know, because you always talk about the jinn and other things and don't bring them up. And so I don't love talking about it because I do wonder if it seems to not have a problem with long distance, whatever is going on there. But I think it also has an interest in attracting more people to the home. It knew that we were a microphone or an amplifier.
Right.
So I think that's what happened. But yeah, that was the worst for me. I don't know. What about you, Forrest?
Scariest thing in my life?
Yeah, you've done the paranormal lockdowns too. You've been to Waverly twice now. You've done all those tours.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nothing. Those were always interesting. I was never really even in the death tunnel at Waverly by myself, having gotten momentarily lost. You know, it's exciting. I've not had anything though that you know, we've talked about this on the show quite a bit, where it is that just ineffable terror that people feel, where it puts you into like a primordial fight or flight, where this is and not just like, you know, if you see a bear, that's kind of scary, and I have seen one from a distance, and so you get kind of excited. I'd be scared up close, but this is something different that people describe to us when they send in their stories and we interview them, that it like goes to the core of your soul.
Right.
And I've not had that. I've just had yeah, as I always say, I could be certainly startled, but not afraid of any of the concepts that we've covered. Certainly don't want to run into a lot of them, but you know, mostly though, I've never had anything that frightened me that badly. So you know, it'll be interesting. I think if it does happen, I'm not sure. You never know. It's a grab bag out there.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And Sandy, stick around. We may bring you back in if you're willing. We love to have you on the show. You're kind of like our good luck charm. Sandy was on the very first one of these we ever did and has been on, I think, everyone in succession. I think it goes back to Blab.
Blab.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's been a while. We'll see you a little bit later, Sandy.
Okay.
I have to acknowledge we got a super chat. Weren't even asking for him. SC Taysom here. Nigel Tufnell is killing me. Good to see everyone. Thank you so much for that. That's very, very generous. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Also, I saw Madiyama, has made a comment that they're from Little Ada, Ohio, which is amazing to me because that was one of our stories on an episode we just did. And it's like the tiniest little town and the village of Ada, I think it is. But it's just amazing to me. And then we did a show talking about Moscow, Idaho. And then we finished the show. And the next day I went to our P.O. box and we had a letter from there from just another person. But like, that's the letter that came in our P.O. box does not get a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was just strange that it was from Moscow. Like right after the night before we did a story about Moscow. It was just strange, but.
Someone is asking about the giveaway, how you do that. When it comes time, what you do is you do a hashtag and then whatever word we give you in the comments. That's all you have to do and you're automatically entered. So that answers the question for that. So just so I think Doug needed to know that. So we wanted to give that little piece of information. I know, Forrest, you have to go. Right? I feel like it's Bob Hope on the Tonight Show.
I feel like you know, those celebrities like, I'm on a red eye to get back to LA to do
a Tahoe.
In a minute. But it was a terrific fun to join all of you. I love all the costumes. Scott is burned into my memory now in my nightmares. I'm sure that might be the scariest thing that I'll be enduring in my subconscious. But it's always wonderful to be invited on the show. It's such an honor. Again, you're one of our heroes and one of our greatest inspiration, I think, for doing the show. So it's, you know, much like you're the friend there, it's a dream come true to be able to do this with you guys all these years later.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Forrest. And Scott/Nigel, you want to stick with us a couple more minutes
I
before
can
we
do that.
let you go?
Sure.
Well, I'm a little bit out of order here. I've got my rundown here, but it's a little so I think we're due for another Kahoot. Do we want to do a quick Kahoot? Have you ever done a Kahoot, Nigel?
Yeah, Nigel. Any Kahoots?
I haven't done a Kahoot. What's a Kahoot?
Woo! Well, you're in for a treat here.
Oh, this is
All right, here, let me get this going.
And somebody said they had a super chat. Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry, Henry. Thank you.
yes.
Well, Henry wants to know about one supernatural experience that shook you. Well, while Naja is getting that out, I will tell you. You mentioned the djinn.
Yes.
Back in 2013, I interviewed Rosemary Ellen Guiley at the beginning of April and did a story. She had a book out on the djinn. And later that night, didn't think anything of God. She sent me the book, did the interview. She was great as always, the late, great Rosemary Ellen Guiley. Later that night, I got a call that my late uncle died. Now, it was pretty unexpected. He was hospitalized, he was ill, but nobody expected him to die. So I thought that was weird. And go ahead, everybody, enter the Kahoot, KAHOOT.IT with that game pin, or you can use the QR code. I see people are already getting in there. Anyway, to finish the story real quickly, 2 weeks later, my mom died totally unexpectedly. And I thought, you know what? I don't think I'm going to keep this book. So in terms of something scaring me, that scared me. Because, and again, I'm kind of like you, Scott. I'm like, should I even be talking about this? But that's something that scared me.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. But that's one kind of scary, at least it was to me, scary story. Let's see here. And again, thank you, Henry, for that very nice super chat. Sorry I missed it the first time. Okay, Kahoot.it, Kahoot.it. And we're up to 49, 50 people so far.
Wow.
52,
All
53,
right.
54. Yeah. So if you weren't here earlier, your phone, your computer, whatever, just go to that website, put in the PIN. You could actually scan that QR code too. And we're going to do some trivia.
I'm
not sure. Wait a minute. I got to check something because I think everybody, if they were listening to Nigel, everyone should be able to answer one of the questions very easily.
Very good job, Nigel, giving away the answers. Thank you very much.
Wait, I don't know if it's in this one or maybe it's it might be the last one.
Well, we'll just have to stay tuned then.
Stay tuned and stick around because you will definitely know one of the answers to the last Kahoot we do tonight.
All right. I think we're good
right,
at
we
70
good?
people. All right.
All right, here we go. I mean, you could still log in, but we're going to start.
Okay.
Here we go.
Scott
3,
will get this.
2, 30 seconds.
What name did Charles Fort give to the dimension where lost things go? Scott, Nigel, Sandy, what do you think?
Are we supposed to answer out loud? Are we blowing it?
Yeah, you can. Well, I mean,
it's definitely Jim Harold's bedroom closet.
I think
that's the answer.
If you've been here,
Super Sargasso Sea.
Wait, thanks, Sandy.
I have no idea, but I'm going to say the Kelvin verse.
The Kelvin verse. That's a hot answer.
Is it?
There you go. There you
thank God I got that.
Only 6 people got it.
I'm so glad I got that. We did a whole episode on him, and I was like, that's the only reason it sounded even a little familiar. So
Witchy got it.
There you
nice
go.
Work.
All right,
You know
what's
what's so funny? We could tell Maddie questions versus Dar questions.
Which of the following famous horror films is part famous for being the first to show a toilet on the screen? The Scandal.
See, perfect example.
All right, are we answering out loud? We're not blowing it for other people if we do this.
I don't think.
Well, it sounds like you know the answer. Maybe
No,
not.
I think I do, but I don't know. For sure.
What do you?
I think it's
Do it.
Psycho.
Me
You
too.
think it's-
I think it's Psycho.
I mean, they've got a shower.
Psycho baby.
See?
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Wasn't that movie where they said, "That's not a knife. This is a knife"? Oh, that was a different one.
Yeah.
There we go. Not fooling too many people on that one. Let's see here. All right, SJ. Woo! Here we go.
Gotcha, Travis.
In that old tradition of souling, the precursor to trick-or-treating, what did the participants ask for? Soul cakes, soul ale, soul music. That's a good one. Soul meat.
I'm going to go with Soul Cakes.
Yeah, soul cakes, I would say.
I like a good cell cake now and then, Nadja.
Yes, you
It's
do.
not the only thing I like, but we're keeping it G-rated tonight.
Oh boy.
Actually, I'm doing Cary Grant.
Yeah,
I know. Oh, like
Soul
the
cakes.
last few months, it's always Cary Grant.
It's like I figured it out. If I just do a Cary Grant
Seconds.
impression, it sounds just
I'm
like
not Roger Thornhill. Who's Roger Thornhill?
Roger
anyway,
Thornhill.
Yeah. That's true.
Up 16 places, Leanne. Good job. All right, here we go.
Shakespeare's three witches from Macbeth were also known as what? The Weird Sisters, the Witch's Brew, the Tenebrae, or the Crespuscles? I can't pronounce that.
Dax, Maddie, and Cassandra.
Crepuscles?
Definitely Maddie. Sandra's question.
That sounds like something you have growing on the back of your elbows or something.
that is an A+ vocabulary word. Love that one.
I'm going to say Tenebrae.
Crepusculos, by the way.
I think it's the Weird Sisters. I don't actually know.
Yeah,
I have a
know.
paper here. I should look.
It's also the bearded
Well, that would be
sister.
cheating, Jim. Seriously.
I was right.
Very
I
good.
didn't
yeah, you were right. I got
Look
that
at
wrong.
that. Pretty even.
All right. So what's the
Oh,
tally here?
Tanya.
And she did very well the first
She
time.
did. She
Yeah.
Very
did.
well. She was in here waiting to go on, but we just got behind. Sorry about that, Tanya. How did early New Englanders protect their homes from evil spirits? A picture of Bill Belichick. No. calling the Jim Harold's campfire report the activity by hiding their shoes in the walls, burying rotting pumpkins on their land, or singing hymns.
Shoes in the wall.
What a friend we have.
Yeah, I'm going with shoes in the walls.
They always find shoes in walls in old shows.
I once had shoes in the walls.
Do they?
Yeah, it's really.
I remember being amazed that the old medicine cabinets used to have those slots, and you just would throw your razor blade in there, and it would go on the wall.
Yeah. I remember those. Well, I'm old.
All right.
I'm old too.
Ooh, Tanya moved down. Decia. And then Bizarro Girl. As Jay's still up there.
G. All right. Cookie Sue.
During Samhain, the pagan holiday on which Halloween is based, why were bonfires lit?
Roast hot dogs.
Mummy dogs.
Mummy dogs.
There we go.
I'm going to say the Return of the Sun. The Library of Alexandria. Did you guys make up some of these answers? The wrong answers? Did you guys make them up?
Maddie did, and I did too. Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Those are really good.
They're pretty awesome.
I brought you
Cassandra
singing.
got singing hymns though on that last
Yeah.
question, which
Yeah.
was great. There we go. It was to return. Bizarro Girl takes the lead. Here we go. Number 7. What is it said to mean when a candle flame spontaneously turns blue?
I said it was getting hotter, but I don't.
You're doing the
None, just
actual
past
physics and chemistry.
I've never heard this.
Someone's walking on your grave. Your true love is thinking of you. You're going to die, or a spirit is nearby.
Well,
You
we're
didn't
all
hear
gonna
mine.
die.
I heard you, Laszlo. I chose to ignore you.
past gas. No.
A lot of Halloween stuff is about lovers and finding out who your husband's going to be. So I think true love is thinking of.
Spirit is
Oh,
nearby.
God. See, that's what I was going to
Spirit.
guess, but I didn't commit.
But I don't
There
know
you
if that's right.
go.
I don't know.
My great grandfather used to say when you got
Oh,
a chill,
spirit-
that meant someone
spirit
was
is-
walking on your grave.
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Spirit is nearby.
Ooh, Bizarro,
Bizarro
Girl,
Girl.
keeps the lead. But look at El Jammin, 13 places up. Here we go. 8,
Man, you
number
people
8.
are so smart here. It's ridiculous.
Which of the following is not a term for a scarecrow? A doodle sack, hide me dog, gallybagger,
gallybagger.
and
Mocking.
Yeah, Mom did
Happy
come up
dog.
with big answers. for
I
this.
hate when I run into a gallybagger.
Well, I know what a
I'm going to go with Doodle Sack. But I don't know.
I would say you're right because I think I know why, but I won't say.
Ooh. Can't
Welcome
wait to
back,
hear
Steven.
that. Very good, everybody. Go ahead. Sandy, why do you know
Oh, how did I?
about doodle
Because
sacks?
I'm Scottish.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
Bizarro
And doodle
girl.
sacks are
Bagpipes.
that's right. Yay! Yeah, G has the highest.
Yeah, they're
answer
doodling their
score.
sack. I mean, makes sense, right? Not saying anything.
Ba-dum-bum.
What is a fear of dolls called? Robophobia?
Dorophobia.
Robert phobia.
I'm gonna go with
Robert phobia.
pediophobia. That's my guess.
Yeah, I would say that's probably
Yeah, I
right.
would agree with that.
Baby doll.
Probably because I
That
think
could
I
be
know
a fear of pedophiles too. I don't know.
Well, we're all afraid of that. I want to know what these other ones mean, though. They're hilarious.
Well,
I liked Robert phobia. I thought that was funny for Robert the
that
doll.
one. Coolophobia, a phobia is a fear of clowns.
Fear of clowns.
Oh, I have that.
Coolophobia is
Coolophobia
balloons.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
I have
Robert
that.
phobia is the fear of Robert
the doll.
I made that up. All right. There we go.
So, how many zombies did you have when you guys were making up these questions?
We were drinking a lot.
All right, 10 of 10. Here it is. What is the name of the summer camp where Friday the 13th takes place?
Camp Miakonda, Camp Crystal Lake, Camp Nightwing, Camp North Star.
I think I know this.
Crystal Lake.
All our fellow slasher fans.
See if I'm
There
right.
you go.
I'm right.
Oh.
Miakonda is in something though.
Wow. Didn't fool anybody on that one.
What
Camp
is Miakonda?
Well, I got that from one of Jim's callers who just called in with a story about when he was at Camp Miakonda. And that is
Oh.
very close to us in Ohio near the Toledo area.
What
Camp
happened
North
at the?
Star-
What happened in
Anybody-
that story?
Oh, Jim, do you want to go ahead?
Just briefly. 'Cause I think I'm-
Basically, it was a young man. It was Max.
Yeah, it was
That's where
Max.
you know
It was
from.
Max. Yes, that's why I know
why
it.
you know
Yes, because I know Max. That's what.
So,
That's why I know
because
this.
I heard him tell
Yeah.
the story.
Yeah. No, you
you're
don't have to. I mean, it's a great story.
And
but that's-
basically,
yeah.
so people know he's a scout who kept having repeated visits from something.
Yes.
Yeah.
While he was at camp, yeah, that was scary. Camp North Star, does anyone know what movie that was from?
No. What's up? I mean, I don't. Anyway.
Jim, you don't know that one, Jim?
Say again?
Camp
You don't
North
know
Star.
where Camp North Star?
No.
What movie? No. Oh, Meatball.
Oh, Meatballs. Somebody guessed Red Dawn. That's a good guess too.
There we go. All right, let's see who got that one.
And the podium is
Number 3 is G. Woohoo! Number
2.
Rebel Yell.
More.
Nice.
And Bizarro
Bizarro
Girl. I was
pulled it
kind of rooting for her because she has such a cool name. Thank
And
you,
number
Bizarro
4
Girl.
and 5 are listed there too. Yay! Good job, everybody.
Well, a quick, as you go off of that screen, I want to do a quick
Yes.
thank you to our super chat, and that is Valiers, $10. Didn't even ask for super chats, but we appreciate it very,
Oh,
very
we
much
do. Thank
for
you.
Vampire, Ziggy, Cassandra's Eyes, Scott Wiggs, and Sandy's hat. So you all have to get your cut.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where's my $2? $2.
As if you two were that generous.
We have just had a great time. Scott from Astonishing Legends, Nigel, always, when it comes to spooky stuff, he always turns it up to 11. And
That's right.
so, Scott, remind people, for the 2 or 3 people out there who haven't yet had the opportunity to listen to Astonishing Legends, what they can do, where they can go, and all that good stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. And thanks for having us. Astonishing Legends can be found anywhere you get your podcast. We got a website. We're on all the socials. We're on Discord. We're on YouTube as well. And then we have a new show, which Jim mentioned at the top of my appearance here, called Scared All the Time, which is more of an R-rated show, but it's fun. And that we've done the first 2 episodes of that have been in our main feed, but it's going over to its own feed with the 3rd one. And we also have the Midnight Library, which is another show that's closing in on 5 million downloads now, run by Miranda. It's a very cool show, different from ours. So all of those are part of the offerings that we have, and you can get all of them. Pretty much all you got to do is just Google it or ask your smart speaker or whatever, and you can find all that stuff.
And we didn't even get into the point, and I wanted to talk about it, but we ran out of time. Scott, when he was doing his editing work in the entertainment industry, worked with David Fincher.
I did.
The great director.
Great deal.
And there's that new movie coming out, The Killer, which
Yes.
Cassandra just showed me the trailer for. It looks fantastic.
I can't wait.
And
I can't wait.
Yeah. So we'll have to get that insight from Scott at a future time.
He's a genius. He's a great guy too. Most of the directors, I worked with a lot of directors over the years, and I could not stand 9 out of 10 of them. But that guy is awesome. He's a really cool guy. Yeah.
Takes one to know one. Nigel Tufnell / Scott Philbrook. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Everybody listen to Astonishing Legends.
Thank you very much for having me, and I guess we'll see you next year. Thanks.
Yeah.
There was going to sing us off. Hey, come off.
Well, Sandy, if you stick around, we may bring you back in a little bit later. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. I love you, Ziggy.
Well, as Cassandra kind of prepares for her close-up, Maddie, you've been pretty quiet. How are you doing this evening?
There's the unmute button. I'm good, thank you.
So how's it going?
I'm recovering from a cold.
Yeah.
This makes me so useless right now.
No. Okay. Well, we don't want to pressure. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to speak. I felt badly that we were all kind of shoehorning in here, not giving you an opportunity. Another opportunity. Hillary, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Much appreciated. Did not expect this tonight. Just people being very, very kind, and I appreciate it very much. It helps us do what we do, so thank you so much. And yeah, that is great. So, Cassandra, are you ready to share, or should I say Coraline? Are you ready to share a...
I don't know if this will be more scary for people or less, but I'm going to temporarily remove my eyes and probably break some glasses in the process. But
okay.
It's a little
well,
bit
if you're ready, we can go to your poem. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. And please tell us what your reading is, and please share it with us.
Of course. This is The Vampire by Conrad Aiken. She rose among us where we lay. She wept. We put our work away. She chilled our laughter, stilled our play, and spread a silence there. And darkness shot across the sky, and once and twice we heard her cry, and saw her lift white hands on high and toss her troubled hair. What shape was this who came to us? With basilisk eyes so ominous, with mouth so sweet, so poisonous, and tortured hands so pale. We saw her wavering to and fro. Through dark and wind we saw her go, yet what her name was did not know, and felt our spirits fail. We tried to turn away, but still above we heard her sorrow thrill, and those that slept they dreamed of ill and dreadful things, of skies grown red with rending flames, and shuddering hills that cracked their frames, of twilight foul with wings, and skeletons dancing to a tune, and cries of children stifled soon. And over all, a blood-red moon, a dull and nightmare sighs. They woke and sought to go their ways, yet everywhere they met her gaze, her fixed and burning eyes. Who are you now? We cried to her, spirit so strange, so sinister. We felt dead winds above us stir, and in the darkness heard a voice fall, singing, cloying sweet, heavily dropping through that heat, heavy as honeyed pulses beat, slow word by anguished word. And through the night, strange music went with voice and cry, so darkly blent, we could not fathom what they meant. save only that they seem to thin the blood among our veins, foretelling vile, delirious pains, and clouds divulging blood-red rains upon a hill undreamed. And this we heard: who dies for me, he shall possess me secretly. My terrible beauty he shall see, and slake my body's flame. But who denies me, cursed shall be, and slain and buried loathsomely, and slimed upon with shame. And darkness fell, and like a sea of stumbling deaths, we followed, we dared not stay behind. There, all night long beneath a cloud, we rose and fell, we struck and bowed, we were the plowman and the plowed. Our eyes were red and blind. And some, they said, had touched her side before she fled us there. And some had taken her to bride, and some lain down for her and died. Who had not touched her hair ran to and fro and cursed and cried and sought her everywhere. Her eyes have feasted on the dead, and small and shapely is her head, and dark and small her mouth, they said, and beautiful to kiss. Her mouth is sinister red as blood in moonlight is. Then poets forgot their jeweled words and cut the sky with glittering swords, and innocent souls turned carrion birds to perch upon the dead. Sweet daisy fields were drenched with death. The air became a charnel breath. Pale stones were splashed with red. Green leaves were dappled bright with blood, and fruit trees murdered in the bud. And when at length the dawn came green as twilight from the east, and all that heaving horror ceased, silent was every bird and beast, and that dark voice was gone. No word was there, no song, no bell, no furious tongue that dreamed to tell. Only the dead, who rose and fell above the wounded men. And whispering and wails of pain, blown slowly from the wounded grain, blown slowly from the smoking plain, and silence fallen again. Until, at dusk, from God knows where, beneath dark birds that filled the air, like one who did not hear or care under a blood-red cloud, an aged plowman came alone, and drove his share through flesh and bone, and turned them under to mold and stone. All night long he plowed. Thank you.
There you have it. Very well done. Very well done. I'm definitely biased, but she's very good. She's very good.
Yes.
So thank you, Cassandra. Thank you. Now put those back in. You're freaking me out. No, several people said
that was scarier.
They said that was much worse.
Yeah, it might be worse, actually. That's what I said when I took them off. I was like, honestly, this might be more scarier than the buttons.
I don't know if they'll stay back in now. No.
Yeah, we'll see. They still got some adhesive on them.
There we go. We'll do the best we can. I think where we at, okay, we did a Kahoot. I think we should do another giveaway because we got kind of sidetracked there. But let me say this before we go to that. If you like what Cassandra does, please check out Unpleasant Dreams. We just put up the first half of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde this last week. Tuesday for Halloween, we're going to put out the second part. So if you enjoy what she does, you like that kind of thing, if you like that sort of thing.
And this is our first longer project, too.
Yeah. Unpleasant Dreams, and we're going to get more regular with it. And that was my fault, but we put some things in place where it'll be on a much more regular basis. So Unpleasant Dreams, Unpleasant Dreams, Unpleasant Dreams. And we've got some people coming in, giving you some love there, and really appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you. And thank you so much.
Yeah.
And as Jack said, her podcast is really good. Do yourself a favor. Unpleasant Dreams, wherever you find Campfire or the Paranormal Podcast. Okay.
Very good,
What I was
yeah.
thinking again is another giveaway. What do you think?
Sure.
All right.
There we go.
All right. So it's up to you, Nadja, dear. Please do that voodoo that you do so well.
Yeah. Okay, Carrie. Grant, that is.
Judy. Although he never said that in the movie.
Yeah, that's like
I would say something else, Nadja, but we're keeping it G-rated tonight.
Yes, we are.
Now
All right.
Cassandra has one eye.
Oh
It
God.
looks like that might be the case.
The worst of both worlds. Ooh, that's scary.
Oh
Frightening.
goodness. All right, Laszlo, we need a hashtag for this giveaway.
Well, since we're doing after this, Sasha Graham is going to come on and talk about tarot. Why don't we make it hashtag tarot?
Ooh.
Hashtag tarot.
Go for it, everyone. Hashtag tarot. Get them going a little bit in there, and then
Oh, I can't put it in because I'll be entered. I don't
yes,
wanna
you'll be entered. You'll win your own. That
would be.
Well, just save on
The
shipping.
winner is Jim Harold.
Woohoo! There we go. All right, let's share the screen.
And we're having a great time tonight. Thank you, everybody. You make our Halloween. We work for weeks on this and all the great guests we've had and everything. And you just make it so much fun and see that you're having fun and that you're enjoying it. It's really cool. We've got 38 entries so far, 40. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah.
And we'll wait a minute or so. But
Probably
I mean, don't
people
you-
would really like the behind the scenes about I don't know 2 hours before we go live.
Yeah, that would probably get
People
way
would
more
really
views.
love
I don't
what
think we
happens
should
in the
share
house.
that footage.
Lots of yelling.
No, they might not think Jim's so nice or me or.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
lots
they
of
may have a new opinion of all of us.
That's right.
My dear, I wasn't yelling. That was love.
I'll use that next time.
Actually, I was the one probably yelling the least this time for a change.
Yeah, well, I was having some difficulties getting Coraline to look like Coraline.
Your help was very much appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
that.
everybody did a great job. Everybody did a
All
great
right,
job.
ready to draw? Here we go.
All right.
Good luck, everybody. Woo!
All right.
Crystal.
Oh, Chrisley.
Chrisley. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yes. She is a huge fan. Her and
Yes.
her husband, Drew. Well deserved. I'm glad to see her win it, Chrisley. Congratulations.
Yes,
Congratulations.
congrats.
You will win the $25 gift code to our Etsy shop. And again, we should mention that Etsy shop real quick. Go over to jimharold.com/merch. That's jimharold.com/merch. And if you didn't win, you can use that Halloween 23 code this week only to actually get some nice discount off of our goods over there. And we'll show it again before the show's up. It occurred to me, I don't even think I mentioned, over my left shoulder there, you'll see that very handsome Lego castle. And,
Haunted Mansion.
Haunted Mansion. And Dar and Cassandra built it. You guys worked on
That
this
was
for quite
fun.
a while.
It was.
That was so much fun.
I love
And it was.
Lego though. I put together Lego all the time.
She does. She does. She has some really cool sets. But it was
It
like
was
one of
so
my
fun to
first
work-
times doing it with you guys and stuff. So
Yeah.
that was, I don't know,
so
it was
much
fun.
to work with you on one because we
Yeah, it was. We had a good time, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you've got to study. No, you can't study. We've got to go work on the Legos." That was a bad influence on you.
So what we did was we recorded a little the low production value on this one, guys. But Cassandra and I recorded a little video to show you a little bit about the Lego Mansion. It's just a couple minutes long, and here it is. Maybe.
Baron von Baron's mansion. Here it is from the inside. You can see here he's a nasty man who has stolen precious artifacts and he's being haunted. Ooh. Very scary. Over here on the other side with the door. Perhaps it'll swing open. Wild. And of course, this is in the style of all great drop towers like the Tower of Terror in Disney World. So we do have our elevator shaft here that is less than trustworthy. And that's the inside. You can see it's filled with a bunch of the little artifacts that Von Baron has stolen and decorated in that way. We've got the ghost and the twins who run the place. Just a really cool build overall.
We'll just do a couple little close-ups here. And I should say that Dar and Cassandra did this. I really appreciate it. I did nothing.
It's so fun to build. And here we have the exterior. This is the bit that you're going to be able to see in the background most often. This is just the exterior shot here. We've got our unhappy ghost, a little graveyard in the front, and of course the tower, the same that was visible from the inside when the doors pop open and you can see the people screaming on the inside. But that's pretty much it. It's our haunted house.
And we'll just take you in for a closer look. I hope everybody's enjoying the extra view of our kitchen too, but this is the best place to do
Great
this.
view. And for those who are Lego nerds and want to see the back, see all the detail work.
We're nerds.
Here's the mechanism that helps drive it. The chain, for a fun fact, did have to be put together piece by piece. So that was the probably least favorite part of the build, but otherwise really, really great, fun time, super spooky, fun.
Yeah, perfect for this time of year, and a nice piece for the background of the spooky studio. Thank you guys for doing that for me. That was so great. Thank you.
Anytime.
Wow,
it was fun.
Give me more Lego sets to put together, please.
I'm actually going to bring in Tanya because
Cassandra, look at that.
Yeah,
You
the
rep
Tower of
the
Power.
Tower of
It's the
Power.
important- yeah,
I know.
absolutely.
Actually, you know who loves that one? Who's not with us tonight? Nat. She adores it so much. She isn't
she
scared
does
at
like
all
that.
by the Power Tower and refuses to ride it anymore because she's so afraid of it.
Hi,
Oh,
Tanya.
gosh, now that's scary.
Oh, you brought a little friend with you. Now, didn't Tanya win the one trivia?
I did. I won the
Yes.
first one.
Yes.
Very
and
good,
then
very good.
I just got question after question wrong on the second one. So great questions.
We have fun. Chris says there appears to be something wrong with your bunny.
Quick
Oh no, he's
tell
great.
me. Do tell.
He's great. He's doing very well.
I can see. I think that would give me nightmares.
Oh no.
Here's it going. Oh, good God. Oh, that's good. Where are you from, Tanya?
So I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Now, you've been on the shows
cool.
before, haven't you?
Yeah, so I've told a few stories on the campfire. I've been on the trivia show once. Yeah, I've been listening since 2009, 10. Like,
Well,
a
thank
long,
you.
long time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, I know you've been waiting there, and we wanted to say hi. Do you have any questions or any comments before we get to our next segment? Because I just wanted to give you an opportunity. I know you've been very kind, being very patient back there, and I apologize we've not been able to get out to everybody. But anything for us tonight?
Oh, no apologies necessary. I'm having a great time. So thanks for throwing a Halloween party like you do every year. Love the costumes. Coraline, terrifying. I love it.
Well, actually, Chris had a question. Can you give us briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, but would you be willing to share a little bit about a weird paranormal, spooky paranormal experience?
Yeah, okay. So I think my all-time scariest one has to be I was investigating, it was part of like this group, and we were actively looking for ghosts. But it was this really old building in Montreal that had been turned into a cafe and had been reportedly haunted. And I went in there, and I'm a huge believer in the paranormal, and I've had a few experiences myself, but at the same time, I'm very skeptical as well. Like, I want to see it, I want to hear it, I want to do all the things, and then I take everything else with a grain of salt. But yeah, I went into this building and just immediately the vibes were very creepy, which I really enjoyed. But at one point they were showing this room that was reportedly an old crematory back in the day that had been converted to something else now. And I was standing there, the tour guide was telling us about it, and from beside my ear I heard out. And I jumped out of my skin. I turned around and there was no one behind me except for like a couple girls that were like further in the back. And I think that's that was the scariest because I've never heard a ghost before or since.
Wow, that is creepy.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That is creepy. I'm a coward. I like to stay safely behind the microphone. I don't want to do any investigation. Well, Tanya, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for being a loyal listener for all these years. And what's your buddy's name?
He doesn't have a name, actually. He's just my loyal companion. He used to sleep beside the bed, but now he's in the living room.
Oh, no.
I would keep him far away. No, thank you. Could
He
you
stares
imagine
away the other demons, so it's okay.
What if you put it in the other room and then you turn over in the pillow and look and it's looking
And it's
at you?
there.
It's like, ah!
Yeah.
Well, that was a fear. But no, he's been Fluffy's very nice. You know, Fluffy's good. We're good. Yeah.
Well, Fluffy, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, Tanya. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Happy Halloween, guys.
Yeah.
Fantastic costumes. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow.
Woo.
That'll wake you up. Well, I think it's time to get to Sasha Graham. Sasha Graham, the Tarot Diva, is going to tell us all about tarot, which makes a lot of sense for this
I
time
love
of year.
tarot.
Here's Sasha. Well, next up on our big Halloween live stream, we have a new guest, at least to the live stream. She's been on the shows many times, always a great guest, and that's why we wanted her on the live stream tonight. Sasha Graham, the Tarot Diva. Sasha, welcome to the live stream tonight.
Jim, thank you for having me. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you and to everybody. And tarot seems to be the perfect subject to me for Halloween. As someone who is the Tarot Diva, how do you look at Halloween in relation to the tarot? How do you incorporate one into the other?
Well, having a tarot deck, owning tarot, practicing tarot literally makes it Halloween every single day. So if you are a Halloween lover, I feel like tarot just goes hand in hand because tarot is all about moving into the darkness, lighting a candle, getting in touch with your intuition and kind of peeking beyond the veil. And that's the whole point of Halloween is that the veils have grown thinner between the visible and the invisible worlds. But you can do the same thing with a deck of tarot cards 365 days a year.
Yeah, and that's what we always try to say about the shows and the podcast. You know, once it hits November 1st, I'm going to do some posts and say, don't worry, don't freak out. It's still Halloween here all the time, because you kind of get people who are not in a bad way, but kind of say, oh, I'm all into the spooky stuff. I love the spooky stuff. But suddenly, November 1st, they're hanging up the Christmas wreath. So it's like, no, we're spooky all year round. And I love that, to know that we're part of that little crew who loves this kind of stuff all year long. Now, here's a question. You talk about the thinness of the veil, and I've asked you this before, but for the benefit of our audience tonight, I've had tarot readings. It's remarkable to see what comes across and those kind of things. But the question to you, the Tarot Diva, is how does it work? Why does it actually work?
I think there's a number of reasons that it really, really works, but probably the biggest reason is that you're sitting down, whether you're reading the cards for yourself or you're going to get a professional reading from a tarot reader. It is an intentional crafting of space. It is essentially a sacred space, like moving into a church, a temple, a yoga studio. And you get to kind of center yourself, allow yourself to be seen by the person who's reading for you, and let this intimate stuff come through. So it's literally, it is a thinning of the veil in a sense, because having a tarot or a psychic reading, it's not the regular space that we inhabit in our daily life. It's a very special, rarefied thing, like Halloween.
Now, I'm going to ask you a tough question, and I may have asked you this before, I'm not sure. What is your favorite tarot card and why?
Oh, I love the High Priestess. And the High Priestess is probably most tarot readers and witches' favorite card because it represents the authentic self. She is all of your energy, all of your wisdom, kind of the blueprint of who you were before you were born and who you will be long after you depart. And so it's that high priestess, kind of ultimate inner witch, that's always there for us to access. But it's great that she's also encapsulated right there on a tarot card.
Now, I will ask you this. The death card, it seems to get a bad rap. Why is that? Because I think people see the death card and they're like, oh, I'm going to die. Somebody I know is going to die. Oh, this is terrible. Do you think the death card gets a bad rap? And how do you think we should look at the death card?
Yeah, the death card totally gets a bad rap, especially among non-magical people, right? Because people take tarot literally, and it's not a literal device. It's a metaphorical device. So like in a movie, it's like really easy to like have a serial killer who like leaves the death card at a scene, and it's like, oh, it's so spooky. But in reality, in the tradition of tarot, death is number 13. It's halfway through the major arcana. It's the point at which the witch or the occultist is kind of reborn. Death is a process for the occultist or the witch that makes life possible. It's not the ending. It's the continual transmutation of matter and energy and spirit. So the death card is actually a phenomenal card. It means things are changing and you're about to be reborn. So yeah, it totally gets a bad rap. But if you're out there, do not fear the death card if it comes up for you, because we're here to change. That's the whole point of why we exist in this world, is to change and grow.
So in one way, the death card could actually be a positive. Let's say that you have a reading and let's say you're in a dead-end job, a job you don't like, and the death card coming up, that could be saying you're about ready to slough off that job that you don't like. So the death card in many ways could be a positive, right?
Totally positive. And the reason I think we all kind of run into, oh, that feels sticky and uncomfortable, is so often we don't like changing, even when it's something that we really need to do, right? Because if we were comfortable with it, we probably already would have transformed. So yeah, death and change doesn't necessarily, even though change is good, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's easy, right? And we like to stay stuck in our patterns and our habits and the things that make us feel safe. But the death card kind of blows that out of the water. And you have no choice but to kind of go with the flow.
Now, tarot, I think a lot of people think about it, okay, I'm going to go to a reader and maybe once a year, maybe once every few years, or if I'm at a psychic fair, I'm just going to get a reading. And they think about that's it with the tarot. That's how tarot is in my life. It's just like a little entertainment. But I believe that you and many practitioners use the tarot on a daily basis. Can you talk about that, how you can incorporate the tarot into your life? Basically, is something just as common as a coffee mug or your favorite blanket or whatever it might be. How do you and others incorporate tarot into your daily life?
So I would say the number one way that people incorporate tarot into their daily life is with a card a day practice. And anybody can do it. You could do it right now if you didn't even know a thing about tarot. And that's just simply calming down, sitting down for a moment, clearing your mind, asking a question, and pulling a card, and hopefully doing it, in the morning before your day is getting going. And it really becomes a contemplative practice, and it kind of changes the way that you move through your day, because you've kind of already taken stock and sort of asked, a question, or what information do I need to know? And then you pull a card and then just notice what comes up for you. See what's there, and maybe revisit the card at the end of the day. And you could kind of use that like as a bookend to your beginning and end of your day. All this wonderful stuff comes up. It's a fabulous thing to do.
my question here is, at times do people fear the tarot? In other words, they feel like, oh my gosh, something ostensibly negative came up in the cards and I'm fated and this is what's going to happen. Is that something that you see, that people can actually be afraid of the tarot and what comes up? And what would you say to people who find themselves in that situation?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So a lot of people are afraid of tarot because they've had bad experiences with psychics or tarot card readers who perhaps scared them, who perhaps were not ethical in the way that they spoke, maybe made predictions, maybe did like a power thing over them. And people can be very traumatized by that. So number one, everybody should remember that you're getting a lot of the reader's personality when you're getting a reading from anyone. So ask them questions, find out what kind of information they're going to give you, protect yourself so that you know you're in a safe space, that you can open up and be vulnerable for that reading. And then there's other people, I think, that can get really spooked by the cards because often crazy, kind of unexplainable things will unfold, and you'll wind up getting information maybe that you didn't expect. Part of the reason people see tarot readers is because it confirms the invisible world. You sit down with a stranger and they're telling you things about your life that make perfect crystal sense. It's showing you there's this other thing, right? This mysterious thing. So, I think the fear stems from people's discomfort, their own fears, but tarot, I think, is a gentle, soft way to look into the mysteries of the universe and the nature of reality as we know it.
Now, as I understand it, is an exciting time for you because we're going to show it on the screen here. You have a new deck out. It's called the Darkwood Tarot Mini that you did along with the artist Abigail Larson. Can you talk to us a little bit about this deck? And I do want to mention Sasha, without my asking, was very generous and said, Jim, for the live stream, we'd love to give your audience, give them a chance to get one of the decks. So we're going to have 5 decks to give away when we play. And thank you, Sasha. It's so kind. But tell us about the Darkwood Tarot Mini. It just looks like a beautiful, beautiful deck.
Thank you. Yeah. So the Darkwood Tarot is a shadow tarot deck that I created. It came out in 2020 and it is done so well. And people love it so much that my publishers decided to release a miniature version of the deck. So it'll just fit right in your pocket. It's the cutest little tiny, sweet little deck that you can take anywhere with you. And the theme of the deck, the atmosphere of the deck is a dark fairy tale. So it's really about going into these dark woods vis-a-vis the darker kind of shadowy parts of your own subconscious and poking around and seeing what kind of magic lay therein. So it's a really fun, perfect, spooky season deck that really brings Halloween home, like we were saying before, every day of the year.
Do you find the different, and it looks beautiful, so I hope everybody checks it out. I mean, obviously, we're going to have a few people who are going to win a deck tonight, but also check that out. And you can get that at Amazon.com and all the major booksellers and people like that, right?
Barnes & Noble, Amazon, everywhere. You can pretty much find the Darkwood Tarot, and the Darkwood Mini is available anywhere.
Excellent. Well, thank you again for that very generous offer. I wanted to ask you this. Do different decks read differently? In other words, does the artwork on a deck influence how it actually reads, or do they pretty much all read the same, but they can evoke different emotions based on the artwork? How does that work?
Yeah, so tarot is all based on a very specific structure. You'll usually find a general underlying structure in all of the decks, but all of the different artwork and all of the different themes completely inform a reading. So if you are in the mood for something kind of dark and spooky, you can look for a deck like that. If you're someone who loves nature and fairies and that speaks to your soul, you can reach for a deck like that. The artwork, it's an interesting thing. The symbolism essentially remains the same as to what tarot is talking about, but the artwork is like the icing on the cake. It creates kind of like the universe of that tarot deck. And tarotists become very passionate about the decks that they work with intensely, and they'll usually have 1, 2, or 3 decks that they really love and reach for time and time again. And it's because of these beautiful, immersive, artful environments that are found on so many decks. And we're fortunate that there's so many tarot decks on the market to choose from that anybody can find something they like. I promise you.
I don't know if I've ever asked this question of you or any other tarot reader. Can you use a tarot deck to manifest things, not just find out what's happening, but to influence?
Absolutely, 100%. I've written multiple books on magic and tarot. My last book was actually The Magic of Tarot. Tarot is a perfect manifesting magical tool because it's visual. And so just like if you were going to use a vision board, and anybody who's ever vision boards knows they really work. Why does a vision board, why do visuals work so well when we're manifesting? Because the images go straight into our consciousness. It's not like words. There's no need to decipher. So if there's something that you are desiring, say a romantic relationship, you could pull out the Lover's card and you could literally, bare minimum, just leave that Lover's card or screenshot it and like keep it on your phone wallpaper. Look at it day in, day out, day in, day out. I guarantee you'll manifest a romantic relationship of some sort. Tarot is a really kind of shortcut, simple, effective, magical tool. And I'm living proof.
Well, we've only scratched the surface with Sasha Graham. She's a world-renowned tarot expert, best-selling author, award-winning tarot deck creator, a movie actor, and she teaches and lectures around the world. So you need to check in with her if you are interested at all in the tarot. Certainly, please do pick up that mini tarot deck that we'll be giving up, the Dark Wood Tarot Mini or the full Dark Wood Tarot deck. Sasha, where can people go to connect to everything you do?
You can find everything on sashagraham.com. sashagraham.com. And then from there, you can find my books, my decks, my events, my movies, my socials. Sashagraham.com.
Sasha, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and happy Halloween.
Thank you. Happy Halloween to you too, Jim.
She was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. Sasha's always really an interesting guest, and we appreciate that kind offer of the 5 decks.
Yeah,
People said
that is
This
awesome.
was pre-recorded, but you're still giving away the 5 decks now. How many have we given away? 3 so far? Is it 3? So 2 more giveaways coming in that final hour.
Stay tuned.
So let's see how Sandy's doing. Sandy, are you hanging with us?
I'm hanging, baby.
Yeah, well, Maddie had to leave. She wasn't feeling well. She's recovering from a
feel better, Maddie.
cold, so feel better, Maddie. And she's always
we know
here.
how that goes in the Harold household.
She doesn't say a lot during the events, but we always love having her here, and we appreciate everything she does for the Spooky Studio and the shows. She's just contributed so much over the years.
She's amazing.
So we appreciate that. Yeah, she is great. So a very valued member of the team here, of Team Harold. And thank you, Maddie, and feel better soon.
Yeah.
So, Sandy, do you like s'mores?
S'mores? I've never had one.
Oh, man.
Oh, now that's
well,
scary.
Here, I've got good news for you. I've got good news for you. Here is going to be a recipe that Dar and Cassandra put together, and you don't need to have a grill. You don't need to do outside. You can do it in the comfort of your own home.
Lovely.
So you're going to find all about ghost s'mores in this video right here. While we pull it up.
Well, I could say I was fully expecting
Happy Halloween.
Happy spooky season. I'm Cassandra Harold.
I'm Dar Harold. And we're here to make a recipe for you for this spooky season. Actually, this recipe is awesome. If you are listening to Jim's Campfire, if you don't know what that is, please go to jimharold.com. He has his own show, Jim Harold's Campfire. Most of you guys know about this. Awesome show. Everybody calls in with their spooky stories. things of the unusual, the high strangeness, the head scratchers, Jim's favorites. But this is a great recipe when you're sitting around outside by the fire. You want something kind of sweet to go with the spookiness. So it's a ghost s'mores dip. Yeah, super easy.
Very easy.
Super easy. You need a oven-proof pan. Cast iron's awesome because it kind of goes with the spooky campfire.
The aesthetic,
yeah.
But if you don't have one, a pie plate would do.
Another skillet, as long as it can withstand 450.
Yep.
Because the oven has to be preheated to 450, so you're going to want to do that first.
But otherwise, as long as it's oven safe, you're good to go.
There we go. So what do we have? We have
chocolate.
Super simple. So you've got your skillet, 2 cups of chocolate chips, semi-sweet. Go ahead. And
very complicated here.
Stick that in there.
But we're just going to go ahead.
There you go. Yep. Scoosh them around
Even
a little
them
bit.
out. Make sure it's nice and flat.
There you go. You're going to pour 1/4 of a cup of heavy cream. Okay. Pour it all around. You don't even need to mix it.
No.
Nope.
Just going to add some extra moisture, keep it from burning.
Yeah. There you go. What makes a ghost are the ghost marshmallows. So I found these at Walmart. You could use ghost peeps if you can find ghost peeps. If you'd like those, you prefer those better.
If you don't want them to be spooky, you could just make
Put
it with
regular
normal marshmallows.
But they're supposed to be in like the
They're
shape
fun, yeah.
of ghosts. See?
They're little ghost shapes.
There we go. Woo, woo.
Now, if you have the peeps, they already have the eyes marked, but it doesn't actually matter because even the recipe made a note that the eyes will melt away. So you have to make your own eyes.
Right.
So it doesn't actually matter if they have the eyes on them or not.
Correct. And by the way, this recipe we found on delish.com. So if you want to go and follow along. So what you're going to now do is just take the marshmallows and you're just going to place them right on top and kind of make them kind of touch, get in there.
Yeah. Because they are going to melt and they'll lose their shape a little bit, but
they're going to, so you've got a s'mores dip. So you're going to want to have those graham crackers to dip with it. We made a little, you may not be able to see it, but it says stay spooky campfire. Just like graham crackers, you can use apples, pretzels, whatever you like.
Any kind of good sweet dipping
cookies, whatever you like in there. We're going to kind of just shove them in there.
Basically fondue toppings.
Yeah, really.
Fondue.
Somebody said potato chips.
Oh, yeah, if you want to do this sweet savory combo.
Yeah, and I guess you can probably do some fruit too, I guess. Whatever is good with s'mores, like strawberries.
Strawberries, for sure.
Yeah, bananas maybe. I don't know. It's kind of hard. You would need something to kind of scoop it.
So like we said earlier, those eyes that melt off anyway, to remedy that, we've got mini chocolate chips here. And you're just going to give the ghost eyes. Just kind of...
They fall off.
Push it in there. Yep. Don't worry about it. They're not going to stay perfectly. But when they go into the oven, they're going to melt in. So it'll look like they have eyes.
Yeah. Whereas if you did use the peeps, like Cassandra mentioned, it fades. So you can't see them.
And they only go in so well, so I'm just kind of...
mine are falling off,
yeah.
just so you know.
I've just turned them the other way and started putting them face up instead of trying to like...
I'm just getting them any way they can stay on.
Yep.
So, and this is probably a great task for little kids because they have smaller fingers. But anyway, you can
and
make
probably
it work.
more patient.
Are they? No,
I don't know. Maybe less patient.
They're less patient. But you go around and you go ahead and put the chocolate chips on all the eyes. You go ahead and put that in your 450-degree oven for 8 to 10, just as long as it's getting melty, kind of browned up. And then you take it out and it's time to dip away. And we'll be right back to show you what the final product looks like.
Welcome back.
Ooh. And we have our completed spooky ghost s'mores. We just took it out of the oven. I'm going to kind of
try and tilt it. We'll show some pictures here too.
Tilt it. There it goes.
There
Isn't that cute? Guys, look. So there we go. You can leave it in a little longer if you like them a little more melty.
Yeah, if you wanted the eyes more melty too. But I think I'm happy with how this came out.
Yeah. And then we have our, You guys can't see. We're going to post some pictures, but I was trying to raise it. If I raise it, it's all going to go away.
Fall down.
But it says "Stay spooky."
We found some cookies with some letters on them so that we
And
could,
there we
they
go.
went everywhere.
Ah!
It's fine.
So we tried to decorate the plate, but like I said earlier, you could use apples, you could use whatever
you want.
But graham crackers.
Yep, and then you just take some.
Take it, break it.
Oh, break it. Good idea.
And then
can kind of, it's easier to go in at the side sometimes too.
To start. Ooh,
yeah.
gooey, 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 gooey.
There we go. Let's give it a taste.
Ooh, that's sweet. Ooh, that's good.
Be careful when it comes out of the oven. It's going to be very hot.
Yeah, definitely do not burn yourself. Watch for children that they don't get burned. So maybe you want it to cool a little bit.
Yeah. This one is definitely for the sweet tooth. But if you like s'mores already, this is the absolute perfect dessert.
Perfect for the campfire. Perfect for kids and adults alike. Just, make sure it's cool. Nobody burns themselves on it before you're like dipping in.
It's 450 in that oven.
Yeah, so it's pretty hot. But hey, sit around that campfire, have your s'mores ghost dip, and stay spooky.
Enjoy. Thank you.
Stay spooky. And these guys just do a great job. Dar and
You know what I
Cassandra,
wanted to
thank
say
you so
about,
much.
okay, like I don't like regular s'mores usually because they're so sickeningly sweet to me. And I don't have that real sweet tooth. But for some reason, this dip did not taste as
It was
sweet as like
good.
normal s'mores. I was shocked. So, and somebody had a good point in the chat about peanut butter chips. So you probably can
Yeah.
put,
I thought I would hate it as much as I hate humans, but I found it utterly delicious.
There you go.
No.
I
it
think
was-
that
blood.
I think darn Cassandra need the Julia Child overhead cam shot.
We do. We do.
We talked.
That's how we'll up it next year.
If we
That's
get
right.
enough visitors to our Etsy store, yes. Speaking of which,
Yeah, we need a new camera.
Dar, are you willing to do a little demo of the Etsy store? And Sandy, we may check
Again?
back in with you, but thank you for riding alongside for a bit. You're our good luck charm, and we always like to have you a part of these events. So
Love
we're
being
gonna
here.
we'll duck out a bit, but we'll bring it back in. And she's kind of like Ed McMahon used to be for Jerry Lewis when they were doing the telethon. So. Thank you so much. So yeah, Dar, can you show us a little bit of that Etsy shop?
Let me get in there.
If you weren't here earlier, we had our Mausoleum of Merch 1.0. That was way back when. We added 2.0, which we added Amazon, where you could get guest books. You could get a limited selection of T-shirts and things that we had. And I love Amazon. But they had very limited ability for us to put out other products in a way that would be affordable. So we decided, in addition to the Amazon shop, we're also adding this Mausoleum of Merch at Etsy. And you can find it all at jimharold.com/merch. And this week, and this is only for the people on this stream, if you go over to jimharold.com/merch and click on that Etsy shop, you can get 10% off with the coupon code Halloween23. That is Halloween23. So I got to put this up because it's so cute. Dawn said, I meant to say I want the Heralds to adopt me. If she had been
Come on
around
over.
earlier. But the nice thing about the and here's a perfect example with this new Etsy shop.
A
we can get
blanket,
such diverse things. We can have
which
blankets.
I cannot wait to order.
Yeah.
So look how cute. No, so I mean you can get a blanket. We have magnets and mugs and hats, and these were all the things that we couldn't offer on Amazon, which was kind of disappointing. But stay tuned because there's a lot to come in the Etsy store, and we're going to have some special holiday stuff coming up. And
and
I'm working
Dar-
as hard as I can.
Oh, she did such a great job. My goodness. I mean, this didn't exist a week ago. I mean, she had been
working
doing the
very
research and
hard.
behind the scenes, very hard.
It's kind of, I don't know, those of you that have an Etsy store, you might know, maybe it's not hard for you guys, but for me, it was very challenging to kind of learn all the ropes and how to get everything together and design and get the designs on there the right way and get some really good photos of things so you guys can get a good idea of what it is. So,
Yeah.
but I'm enjoying it. So,
Yeah, you're doing a great job. You're doing a
thank you.
fantastic job. I really, thank you. Thank you very much. Seriously.
Yeah.
Renee must either be from Cleveland or Detroit because it says I look
Yes.
like the ghoul.
Actually, it is that
Yeah,
beard.
the
Yeah,
goatee. Yeah.
I told you to try to grow your own.
Yeah, it wouldn't look like that. Although, you know what? At first it wasn't sticking, and now,
It's
sticks.
sticking pretty well.
I think what happened
Although
was
the
I
beard,
was sweating before.
it fell down like it's supposed to.
It's
kind of
good
match
enough.
up there.
It's good enough. We're in
Are
the
your
last
te-
hour.
Are your teeth still in?
Yeah.
Yeah, these were great teeth.
I'll use those later, Naja. But we'll not talk about that now.
There you go.
All right.
Nice.
Kind of Svengoolie. Good point. Good point. I gotta say, happy birthday, Nick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nick. And stay spooky too, and many more. There you go.
And you too could get a personalized
Yeah.
one of those on
Yes,
Cameo, right?
on my
Jim? Don't you
Cameo
do?
page. It is cameo.com. I'm just
You really
Jim
enjoy
Harold.
doing those.
Yeah,
It's fun.
cameo.com/the Jim Harold. We are trying to use every part of the job here. And
Well, you do sing on those. That's the only reason why I mentioned it.
yeah,
But
yeah. That might be a reason people don't get them.
that's not true.
I was
You
trying to
have
do an
very
eye
good
roll,
voice.
but you can't see it.
Oh, here. I was woken up on my birthday with a Jim Harold cameo, and it frightened me. It was like Jim was talking directly to me. I was, and it was so unexpected. I love
Aww.
it. And here's another nice comment.
Aw.
Another. The Harold family's the best. I've listened to Campfire for over.
We're not even drunk yet.
Not yet. You know what? I think that calls for another giveaway. This will be our fourth giveaway.
Woo! All
Dar
right,
slash
let me get it going
Naja.
here. Let me get it going here.
This was going way back to a second ago,
Yeah.
back to the tarot video, but I saw someone mention Persona, and they were right. That's a really fantastic video game with a really
Yes.
cool use of the tarot deck in it.
Did you play that or you just watched?
Didn't. I'm terrible with video games because I love them, but I'm terrible at them. So I primarily watch Let's Plays of other people playing the games instead of playing the games myself.
What in the world happened here? Hold on. I got a bad website. There we go. All right.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
Laszlo.
okay,
Laszlo.
Laszlo.
Laszlo, darling. We need
Well,
need a
why don't we do-
hashtag.
Okay, Laszlo. Hashtag Laszlo. LAZLO. Now,
Is
again,
that
get
even
this
how you
one.
spell that?
I think so.
I thought
Oh, I thought I had it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
well,
Maybe I
that's
thought
how
it
we're
had an
spelling
S.
it
maybe
tonight.
I'm wrong.
Hashtag LAZLO.
Yeah,
Hashtag
80s trash baby got it.
LAZLO.
There you go.
Okay.
There we
Laszlo. Hashtag Laszlo.
Okay, let me get it going in
Oh
here.
no, it's not.
Hashtag-
There's an S in there.
I was correct.
For
Well,
the purposes of this hashtag,
No S.
Use the way that it's spelled.
That's right. That's
On
right.
screen.
I got the wrong year. I got the wrong spelling. Can't trust me to do anything.
Just like that.
Yeah,
Yep.
put it just like that.
All right. Let me share the screen. Darling.
All right, here we go.
All right, I'm coming. It's a lot of moving parts. All right, here we go. We're going to start collecting comments.
Hashtag misspelled Laszlo.
37.
LAZLO. All right,
I
37.
mean, I think that would be like the comment. Wouldn't that be more the common?
I don't.
I don't know.
I don't know. What? I just tuned in. What the fresh hell am I looking at? It's the
Yeah,
drugs.
I
It's
could
the
see
drugs.
that. It's the drugs.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
All right. We got
Keep
42.
it
Let's
going.
try to get 50. Come on, we can get 50. Come on, Laszlo.
You don't want to win this great tarot deck and 25?
From our
25 bonus
Etsy's.
points.
25 bonus points, or
Nobody
promo code.
except in Cleveland would know that.
Come on, Daddy needs a new tarot deck. All right, come on, 50. 50. We can do it. Come on. Oh, 50.
Oh, we're so close.
45,
Come on.
Come
Come on, people. Come on. No.
10, 9,
47.
8, 7, 6, 5,
48.
4,
Oh my gosh.
3, 2,
49.
Yes!
Woo! Oh my God. Who's it going to be? Oh my God.
Oh, good. And she went, oh, there we go. Hey, let's bring her to the stage if she doesn't mind. Hey, Tanya, you won.
Yay! How
Oh,
exciting!
don't talk to me because I have no earbuds.
Aha. I knew those would be problems, but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh no.
Plan B.
Okay.
She'll figure it out. Yeah. Oh, she can't hear us. Well, Tanya, congratulations.
Headphones.
Send
Thank
us.
you so much.
Hey, as somebody asked, is the demon bunny there?
Oh yeah, no.
Fluffy's excited.
Fluffy's very excited. Yay!
Oh yes, Fluffy. Yay. Excellent. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Well, Tanya, congratulations. Send us a note, jimharold.com/contact, jimharold.com/contact, and we will get you the stuff. And I appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you. Yay!
And we'll see. Did Naja get sound yet? Probably not. Well, Tanya.
Yeah, I think I can hear you. Wait a minute.
Well,
Can you hear
we'll
me?
let you go, Tanya, but thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you.
And send us that note, jimharold.com/contact. Thank you again. All right. Yeah, it's a little tough to talk. So if once in a while I mispronounce my words, you know what's going on.
I don't know how to do this. My hair is preventing this.
It doesn't look too bad. Can you hear us, actually?
Oh, yeah, now I can, yeah.
Okay,
I would watch it if Nadja had her own Twitch stream.
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh, that would be fun. Excellent.
I love. We binge watched that last season, and now we have to wait, and I'm so sad.
It's such a good show.
I'm so sad we have to wait so long.
Well, but we don't have to wait long for another great guest, another great segment. Chad Lewis is coming up. He is a really interesting guy, spooky guy, and knows a lot about legends and monsters. And he's going to talk about them just in a short moment here, and here he is. On our Halloween extravaganza, he comes on every year, and it's always a highlight. Chad Halloween Lewis, cryptozoologist, author, researcher extraordinaire. Chad, it's good to catch up with you again. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you. And if you see anything moving behind me, please let me know. I don't want anything lurking.
I will let you know. And the same here, other than the fake jellyfish. If anything else moves, if Frankenstein back there moves or something, or the hand starts waving, then you'll know something is off. Or the little Funko planchette up there, along with Bigfoot. But anyhow, you have a re-release of a book that you did 20 years ago. Tell us about that, because that's pretty exciting.
Well, my first book came out 20 years ago, and you know, and your audience knows that the supernatural, the paranormal is never stagnant. It's always morphing and progressing and changing. So a lot of the buildings that were in the first book are not even there anymore. And a lot of the legends have changed in 20 years. So I said, I'm going to do another book with about 70% new cases, but then 30% of my favorite cases, the places you have to put in there, and then just update them, because I'm really interested in, what happens to that haunted forest when it becomes a Target parking lot? Does the legend still reside there? Does it change? And being in this field for this long, I'm starting to see some of those effects, and that's what most interests me.
Now, before we went live, I said, what are a couple of the ones that are kind of your favorites, or ones that are really, you think, it stand out, you'd like to talk about? And there's one place, I guess you used to go here every Halloween. It's such a special and haunted place. Can you tell us about that one?
Right outside of my hometown of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, is a small little dam called Elk Lake Dam. It's one of those places, if you imagine a haunted place, it would probably be this. You have to walk through a thick forest to get down by the dam and the river. And if you get spooked and try to run, you either run through the woods blind or you have to jump into the water and hope you float to safety. And it's one of those places where people have all sorts of experiences. Many of the psychics I bring with me that feel like they can pick up these spirits, they refuse to go down by the dam. They're picking up on too much negative energy. And
wow.
When I first started going there nearly 30 years ago, all I knew about the case was a woman was murdered there in 1974, and a lot of people have seen her spirit. But over decade after decade, I started collecting more stories of people having odd experiences while on the dam. One guy even contacted me and said, "How did this young Mary die?" And I asked him why, and he said, "Well, my buddy and I were there on the bridge, and all of a sudden my buddy looked like he was in some sort of trance. And he started crawling up the bridge. He was going to jump over into the water to commit suicide."
Oh, my Lord.
And this guy had asked if the young woman named Mary had committed suicide. And I said, no, she had been murdered. But he grabbed his friend and kind of shook him, and the friend snapped out of it, started bawling, and then ran back to the car saying he was possessed by the spirit of this young woman.
Wow. Wow, that really is a remarkable place. These places, you talk about them evolving. Has this particular place evolved, or is it just kind of, still the spooky place it's always been?
Yeah, a lot of stuff has come up, and the fact that they actually tore out the bridge that people used to sit on and see disembodied lights, and they'd hear odd noises and all sorts of anomalies with their vehicles. The batteries would die. They'd have to be charged or jumped or towed out of the area. So they eventually tore that bridge out and made it a dead end, which only added to the mystique of the place. And then a couple decades ago, they found a serial killer. Father and son were living right next to the dam.
Whoa.
And burying the victims in their swampy backyard.
Oh my
So
gosh.
this place is like some big portal of Halloween weirdness.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Now, that's a question, because a lot of times when I'm talking to people about hauntings and those kind of things, they'll say to me, and this is very well known in paranormal circles, this idea of you go into an older home and you start doing renovations and knocking out walls and those kind of things, and the spirits don't react kindly. Is that what you find?
A lot of people contact me going through renovations or redoing their house or building an addition or just changing things from the way they were. And that seems to spark a lot of activity. And one theory is that spirits obviously don't like it changed from when they were there. But amazingly, a lot of people told me that they simply communicated that this is always be the house, but it's now their house. They want to change it for the good of their family and to have a more peaceful living arrangement or more relaxation or what be it. And that seems to downplay a lot of the activity. It seems to shut it off. It seems to work somehow. I don't know if the spirits are listening or the people just feel more confident in the area now, but that seems to be a manner in which people choose to get rid of these things.
I guess you could see why the spirits might be upset if they're truly visiting, because if that's your home, particularly people who lived in a home for 20, 30, 40, 50 years in some cases, that's their house. And, they probably always feel in some ways that it's always going to be their house, and see somebody come in, let's say that they had antique decor and those kind of things. And somebody comes in, I was going to say a yuppie, but I don't even know if that's a phrase anymore, comes in, wants to make everything neutral and, white and gray walls and very kind of modern looking. You could see how that might draw the ire of like Edna, who lived there for 50 years and had her lovely antiques and the kind of old school mystique. I mean, I guess I could put myself in the shoes of the ghost in that case, in a way.
Yeah, I agree with you. In America, we take a lot of comfort and solace in our home.
There's a home that you mentioned offline of the serial killer Ed Gein. And I got to tell you, if you don't know who Ed Gein is, prepare to be disgusted. I mean, this guy was, just way up there on the scale of horrible. Chad, tell us a little bit about Ed Gein and his home.
Hopefully, all of your audience has already eaten their Halloween candy because they might not want to digest anything after this. But Ed Gein has been getting a lot of, I guess, publicity now because they've made a lot of documentaries recently on the big networks about his life. And Ed was from Plainfield, Wisconsin, the small little rural farming community. And remember, this was the 1950s. He was one of those odd characters, well-liked but odd. He lived on his own, always kept to himself, and was just a little strange, an old bachelor living in the woods. And turns out that for almost a decade, Ed was traveling to nearby graveyards and digging up the remains of women that reminded him of his own deceased mother. He would then bring those remains back to his farmhouse where he lived in squalor, and he would turn them into lampshades and furniture. He had skulls through the house. He was using his candlestick holders or cut them in half and eat them as cereal bowls out of there.
God.
And when that wasn't enough for him, he started taking real victims, 2 that we know of, probably half a dozen more. And that's eventually what got him caught. But even though Ed is no longer among the living and the townsfolk burned down his farm, allegedly, people still go out to the farmland and think weird things are happening. They believe it's one of the most haunted places we have here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of places. I mean, I believe that hauntings and so forth come from places of great emotion. It could be, I think like a theater. It could be happiness. It could be joy. You've got kind of actors who are high strung and they're playing out drama and comedy on the stage. I can totally see how something like that's haunted. And also something like this, where you've got a madman who is killing people and all these horrible, horrible things. I think, wasn't there some cannibalism involved too, or am I thinking of someone else?
Well, Ed used to bring his neighbors what he called a venison stew for them to eat.
Oh,
and I had one neighbor tell me he remembered his mother getting this stew, and it had such a horrible smell to it, she threw it away, which is good because Ed would used to make an entire outfit of this material, let's say, and he would wear it like a demented Halloween costume as he danced under the moonlight in his front yard. And there were tales of him cooking some of these parts up and consuming them. We don't know that for sure. I'm guessing he probably tinkered with that a little bit, but nothing to the extent of, Jeffrey Dahmer and others. But remember, this was 1957 when we captured Ed Gein. The country had never heard of anything like this before. I had people tell me that they remembered when Ed was captured, it was the first time their parents ever locked their front door. Because until then, there was no reason to lock the front door. But when they saw Ed, they locked the door, bolted the windows, and, were very scared. So it changed everything. And to this day, people are so fascinated with the story and the psychology behind Ed Gein.
Oh, my goodness, Chad. That is very disturbing. But I'll tell you what isn't disturbing. If you pick up on the Wisconsin Guide to Haunted Places, show it to us if you would, please.
Sure. Got my weathered copy
here
for him.
Well worn, honestly. And that is great. That is great. So this is an all new edition or new edition, updated edition from the book 20 years ago. And you don't have to live in Wisconsin to get it. I mean, they're interesting stories and it's a good sized book. I was looking through the table of contents earlier and I mean, you've got a lot of stuff here. I'm looking, you've got Northwest Wisconsin. There's about 10 different entries for there. You've got a few more entries for Northeast Wisconsin. You've got like 11 entries for West Central Wisconsin, another 14 for East Central Wisconsin, a few more for Southwest, Southeast. You did Wisconsin proud with this one, Chad.
Jim, you can't hide from these places in Wisconsin. You can't throw a rock without hitting one of these alleged haunted places. And what I love is many of them, not only do you get a ghost story, you get a bonus as well. Some sort of mysterious creatures also been reported lurking about, whether it's our phantom chickens, our goat man, vampires, werewolves, you name it. A lot of these are reported with traditional hauntings.
And the Roadhouse Saloon is in there too. So Chad Lewis, the Wisconsin Guide to Haunted Places, where can people find the book and also find out more about everything you do? Because I know you're very busy.
Sure. Wherever you like to get your book, my website, just Chad Lewis Research, but the best way to find me is to go to the weirdest spot you can think of, and that's probably where I'm at.
Excellent. And tonight, it's right here. Chad Halloween Lewis, thank you for joining us on our Halloween Spectacular, and happy Halloween, and stay spooky. Chad's always excellent. I always enjoy what he has to do. I have a little bit of inside baseball to share with everybody what happened while we were watching that great video. Cassandra stepped away for a minute and got a piece of pizza. But then when she came back, she was eating, and Chad started talking about the venison stew. And I thought that was really good timing. Really good timing.
He literally said something along the lines of, "You don't want to be eating right now."
Yeah. And she's munching away.
Yeah. I thought that was really, really good timing. Naja, is your headset okay? So we
Everything's a mess.
Can we do one more Kahoot here? One more Kahoot?
Yes, we can. If I
Okay.
could get the hair out of my mouth. Oh my God. What in
Okay.
the
Is
world?
your eyelash falling off?
Yeah, the eyelash is falling off. It fell off. I don't even know. Who knows?
This is where we are in hour 4.
I never thought that my mustache and beard would outlast your eyelashes. No way. I didn't think it was going to make it past the first half hour.
Look, you can see my wig thing.
Now
There we
the key is going to be getting it off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know how. It didn't come with any directions. Good
So
luck.
let's do that Kahoot, shall we?
Yes. Let me get to it.
Katie says, our girls got to eat. If I remember correctly, Katie was at the Kent State event that I did, and her sister had a birthday, and it was nice to meet her and her sister.
Oh, you told me about that.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Okay, here we go with another Kahoot. And everybody tell us if you like this format. If you like this format, because it will inform how we do these things in the future. All right. KAHOOT.IT game pin is there. Or you can use a QR code.
Cassandra, have you eaten at the Thirsty Pony?
I haven't, but we pass it literally every time.
Yes.
And we're like, we should really go there. I've heard great things about it, actually. People love it.
What do
But
they
I've
love
never
about
been.
it? Do they actually love the food?
I don't know that they love the food. I think
They
it's
like
more
the atmosphere?
They like the experience of it.
Ah. There you go.
All
Matt
right.
and I stop at the McDonald's
Wait,
over
did
there.
I see Colin Robinson in here somewhere?
No way.
Colin Robinson.
I wish somebody would dress up and come in like him.
I love Colin Robinson. So there you go. We have fun and I are killing it tonight. All right. We're up to how many? 42.
It's an experience, says Chris. We'll have to have that experience.
Yeah, I've never eaten at Cedar Point, even though we just went.
Oh my god, that's right, because you always go for Halloween weekends. Yeah.
Ooh. That is kind of weird. I don't remember having that conversation.
All right, we're up to 45. Can we get 50 here? Can we get 50 here? 47? Come on. Okay. Come on.
There's people watching. They just don't want to play like that, which is fine.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh.
Oh, shy by 2. Join
You are
in
a
while we're playing.
wonder blend of goofballs and responsible adults. All right, here we go. And thank you for your compliments.
Hey, and Natalie says she's finally watching.
Oh, cool.
She
What is
couldn't
the
make it tonight. Busy college girl. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's the most popular Halloween candy in the U.S.? Candy. What is the most popular Halloween candy in the U.S.? Snickers.
You love
Skittles,
candy.
M&M.
Laszlo.
I love candy. M&M's
Laszlo.
or Reese's Cups.
Woohoo! What shall it be? What's your favorite of those four, Jim?
Probably Reese's Cups, possibly Snickers.
Mm-hmm.
I like Skittles a lot.
I knew
I
you
like
like
Skittles,
Skittles.
too. M&Ms
I like
are
them
fourth
better now.
place.
They changed it back. They had him. The green ones were green apple. Now they're
Very
lime.
good, everybody.
Reese's Cups. I would have thought Snickers.
Now
Maybe
wait,
because
here's the debate: Reese's Cups or Reese's Cups. I know
When
it's Reese's, but we always
I call them Reese's, but when I'm except for I'm trying to be fancy.
Oh, fancy man. All right, Valiers. Woo woo.
Valiers, yes.
Tanya's
right.
up there again.
What's the most popular Halloween costume for dogs 2023? Bumblebee, lion, pumpkin, or hot dog? No.
Ooh.
They're all adorable though.
If your dog will wear them.
That's a cute picture, I've got to say. I've got to say that is a fetching picture, Nadja.
We'd love to put Rambo in clothes, but Rambo is terrified of clothes, and he thinks
he
he's being
hates it
punished
as
when you
a
put
punishment,
anything
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, pumpkin.
I did not know that. I would have thought bumblebee.
Hot dog number 2. Yeah. Yeah.
Making
Teddy
me
was
hungry.
a bumblebee the one year.
He was.
Yes, he's going to be ramen noodles this year.
He's ramen noodles every year.
He hasn't been wearing it.
There you go.
He was a bad boy last
And Rambo
Halloween.
is a nudist.
Yeah. Oh, Tanya.
She's coming back. She is like
Ooh,
a superstar
Vampy's the
tonight.
highest climber,
Superstar.
up 22 places. You go.
Oh.
Oh, Cassandra, read this one. This is your favorite.
Yeah, which Netflix series is a retelling of the classic ghost story, The Turn of the Screw? The Haunting of Hill House, The Fall of the House of Usher, Midnight Mass, or The Haunting of Bly Manor? Fun fact, these were all Mike Flanagan television shows, so I am a bit cruel.
She came up with the answers for this question. Yes, she did. Hey guys, have you seen Fall of the House of Usher? Do you like it? Did you like it? Just curious. Ooh, very close.
The Fall of the House of Usher is supposed to be based off of different Edgar Allan Poe stories.
Who up? Tanya's still there. Up, Bizarro Girl's coming back up, and Boo Girl. There we go. And Doramo, 13 places up.
All right.
Told you guys to pay attention.
What's the name of
Nigel.
the malevolent little girl who is said to haunt 508 North 2nd Street in Atchison, Kansas?
Chris, I totally agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I finished it. It was a little goofy.
It's Cassandra.
Yeah, it's me,
haunting.
guys. The answer is me.
There we go. Good job.
Sally, yes. Scott would hate that question.
Yeah, he would.
Or Nigel.
There we go.
Tanya
Nothing
still
much has
at top.
changed.
We have fun, number 2.
Halfway through. What university would you visit if you wanted to investigate the site of a spooky dorm room, room 611 Allenbrook Hall? Hey, Natalie, is it at Ohio State with you? Ooh.
Which one could it be? Which one could it be?
Ooh.
Not Cleveland State University?
No, sorry, hon.
Oh,
yeah. That one was
Ireland.
difficult. Queen's University in Belfast. Yep.
All
Did we
right,
throw anybody off?
Oh, we have a
University
new
of
leader.
Cork. I thought
We
that
have
would help.
fun. Chris is in the lead.
What, Cassandra?
I thought the University of Cork would get more people.
Yeah, you see, up 14 places, Doug. Yay! All right, here we go. Number 6. Oh, does anybody know this? What figure did TV viewers see as it walked past the doors of Westminster Abbey during King Charles's coronation? Was it the Grim Reaper, Princess Diana, Headless Horseman, or Queen Elizabeth II?
I didn't know this one.
Yeah, I didn't know it either. And then I saw the video.
Does it look real?
Very.
Ooh.
There supposedly was an answer for it, but
I've got
I
a
don't
guess.
think so. What's your guess?
Princess Diana.
The
No.
Grim Reaper.
Holy moly.
You literally see this cloaked figure like darting across the hall there, like fully cloaked. So there
Ooh.
you go.
That makes me nervous. Ooh, that's freaky.
I forgot what they explained it. It was like one of the religious people that was
likely
crossing over.
story,
That's what
likely
I think.
story.
I don't think so.
It was
Ooh.
Princess Diana in a Grim Reaper outfit.
We have fun. Has a streak.
There you go.
Could have been Queen Elizabeth too.
Yeah.
6 correct answers.
Yeah.
You
Tanya
go.
and we have fun are battling it out. What's the term for the fear of ghosts?
You guys probably know this one.
Phantom phobia,
Phasmophobia,
spectrophobia, and Casperphobia.
I was going to say, we know it's not Robert phobia.
No.
That's true.
Boophobia.
Oh, I could have put that. Well, Casper's the ghost that I encountered. I named him Casper. Remember, Jim?
Yes. Yeah, you were walking into our room. And
I was
you had
walking in the bedroom and it was dark. And before I turned the light on, I had,
Phasmophobia.
There we go.
Go ahead and finish your story, though.
Yeah, I had a bunch of like rolls of wrapping paper I was holding onto, and I was going into the bedroom with them, and it was dark. And before I turned the light, because I was bobbling everything, I swear something pulled one of the rolls out of my hand. It was trying to pull it. I felt the tug, and I actually thought you or one of the girls was like playing a trick on me. I'm like, what the heck? And of course, I turned on the light immediately. There's nobody there.
I was downstairs.
You were.
I don't even know if I was home.
You were a little kid.
You were little.
Like
you were
4
home
or something.
Yeah. So ever since that, I just named him Casper because I didn't know who was trying to play a joke on me. I mean, it didn't feel evil or anything, but it felt like somebody was kind of goofing around with me.
Yeah, it was
And
our old
literally,
house.
I mean, I had them like this, and the thing it was like tugging. I could feel it trying to be tugged out of my arms. It was very
It's
bizarre.
very odd. Very odd indeed.
Very bizarre.
All right.
Ooh. There we go. L Jammin's the highest climber again. 22. Here we go. Number 8. Where does the quote, double, double toil and trouble come from? Hamlet, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, Jim Harold's Campfire, or Macbeth? I don't think you've used that, Jim, have you?
No.
Oh, no.
I had to do that once. We've
You
only got
did.
a little bit going.
That's true. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's see who knows their Shakespeare, everybody. Good
Macbeth.
job.
Macbeth.
Sandra almost did a reading.
I used to be on the stage.
I love the Weird Sisters and the witch monologues, but like when you're just reading the double toil and trouble bit, I mean, without
It's
the
just a
special
list
effects and stuff, it just feels a little dry.
It feels like
There's
a
only
list.
so much you can do.
That's true. 5 players have reached an answer.
Colin Robinson's in the top 5.
Ooh.
I can see him sucking the energy out of the room.
Which 1980s band did The Nightmare Before Christmas composer Danny Elfman perform in?
I got this wrong. And
Boingo Boingo? Depeche Mode?
Natalie was very upset with you.
The
She
Cure?
mocked me relentlessly.
Or Jim Harold and the Boogeymen?
I think you should start a band like that, Jim. That would be fun.
I like that. I like that name of the group.
Okay, I'm sure.
Oingo boingo.
I'm not alone. Other
It's
people
a dead
got it
man's
wrong.
party.
Other
I
people
feel
said the
validated.
Cure. Yep. There you go.
All right.
All right. Did that change anything? Not much. Not much. Bizarro Girls making a comeback with 3 in a row, though. All right. Last one. What are the 3 zodiac signs of the fall? Scorpio, Cancer, Leo. Sagittarius, Libra, Scorpio. Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. I don't even know. Ophiuchus, Capricorn, and Libra.
Is that a sign?
It's up for debate.
It is up for debate.
Oh.
It is up for debate. Yeah, there you go. Because they said when did I say it was from November 30th to December something? And some people are saying that is a sign.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes considered the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
All right, here we go. Number 3.
Yes.
Nisha. Number 2. Bizarro Girl. What a comeback. Number 1. We have fun.
Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations, Chris. And for that, you win our eternal gratitude.
I wrote your name down as a trivia winner.
Yes. And it will be marked in the hallowed halls of the Spooky Studio.
There you go.
The annals of history.
Yes. Well, we're in the home stretch, folks, but stick around because we have one more giveaway.
We do.
And that's one reason to stay tuned. Free stuff.
Yeah.
So, but first, and also we're going to say goodnight. After this, we're going to bring in our folks that have been waiting live just to say hi after this video, just to say goodnight to them, say goodnight to everybody, and do a final giveaway. But first, we have Ryan Sprague. Now, he's off now doing some kind of ghost show up in Canada. But before he left, he had some time to spend with us to talk all about UFOs. And my goodness, isn't it a good year to talk about UFOs? And no better person to talk about it than Ryan Sprague. Up on our Halloween extravaganza, we have Ryan Sprague, ufologist par excellence. And Ryan, I always can count on you every year for this event to kind of come in and give us the lay of the land and what's new and is or is not exciting in the world of UFOs and UAP. Welcome to our Halloween show, and happy Halloween to you and yours.
Happy Halloween, Jim, and to all your viewers, listeners. It's I look forward to this every year. I'm always somewhere where I'm never able to actually join you live. So I'm happy to do these recordings with you if and when I can. And we have plenty to talk about, man, for sure.
Now, actually, right now, as we're replaying this and showing this to people, you're actually on a very kind of spooky mission now, right? You're doing something with some television in North America. If you don't mind, tell us a little bit about that, because obviously if people are watching a Halloween show, they're interested in ghosts and all the spooky stuff.
Yeah, so this is an opportunity that really came out of nowhere, which these often do when it comes to television projects or investigations into the unknown and unexplained. You're on their schedule, and I'm on the schedule of a television show now in Nova Scotia, of all places. I will be a cast member of the 11th season of a show called Haunted, which airs in Canada. And basically, this is a ghost hunting expedition where we will be going to all the most haunted locations throughout the maritime provinces and spending nights in some of the most creepy places you can think of. One is a jail. One is a military museum. We'll be spending a night in tents at a former Boy Scout camp that is supposedly haunted. So I am both terrified, excited, nervous, because I'm out of my wheelhouse here, Jim. I'm, as
Right.
many of your viewers know, I'm a UFO guy. So when I have to train my eyes from the skies back down to the ground and look for spirits, I'm completely new to this. I'm a novice, and I'm excited about that, actually, to try to do something else and try to see if there is things happening here on the ground that don't have an explanation. So I'm very excited. I'm heading out tomorrow as we speak here today, and it's going to be an adventure for sure.
Well, congratulations on it, and I hope you find some great anomalous activity on the ground this time. And the one thing I will say, and then we can get on to the UFO stuff, you have kind of the beginner's advantage in that sense that, you know, once you become an expert in something like you are in UFO and UAP, sometimes I think your focus, not just you, but everyone's narrows, and you're like, well, that's not possible because of this and that. But someone with fresh eyes, you know, you don't know what you don't know. So you're open to things that maybe, quote, experts will miss. So hopefully it'll work out that way for you. And congratulations on it again. Now, and by the way, when that comes out, and I know that's going to be a while because these things take time, where can people see that up in Canada?
Yeah, so that will be on the Eastlink network in Canada. Hopefully, we're also hoping to get it distributed somewhere in the US so that everyone can see it. But if people pay attention and follow my social media, I will be posting sort of behind the scenes stuff while we're investigating. You know, I do a Patreon campaign like many other podcasters do, where I'll be doing exclusive content about the ghost hunting experience.
Cool.
So yeah, I want to keep people up to date with it, just in case they don't eventually get to see the show. Again, it is strictly televised in Canada, but because I will be the first United States investigator on the show, they're hoping it will broaden that scope and hopefully make it over to the States and maybe over here in the UK as well, where I currently reside. So exciting times.
Very cool. Very cool. Congratulations again. So now on to UFOs. You know, Ryan, I think I was as excited as anyone over the summer when we had that congressional hearing talking about UFOs and UAPs. We had, I recall, Representative Burchett said that there had been a multi-decade cover-up. Representative Moskowitz said that it was time for disclosure. And this was while sitting on the panel. This wasn't just an aside in some interview. And to me, I'm like, okay, here we go. This is the real deal. And then I just felt like everything, you know, some stuff came out where people were discrediting or trying to discredit David Grush, the whistleblower, as it were. Mm-hmm. And then I just thought everything went kind of thud. And then we had the Mexican mummies, you know, those Jaime Maussan came out with what he purported to be an extraterrestrial. I mean, personally, I was not impressed. I think there's a track record there of things coming out that aren't what they're purported to be. So I thought, if anything, it was a distraction, personally. What are your thoughts as we sit here, as we record this in mid-October of 2023? Where are we? Should we still be excited? Do you think there's still things going on? Or do you feel kind of that same kind of like hangover from that very exciting summer session?
It is the longest hangover I've ever had, man, which to me means everyone was drinking whiskey. That's the worst hangover.
Or the Kool-Aid, maybe.
Or the Kool-Aid. That's a very good point. So what I see happening right now is we're kind of in a holding pattern. And this is very common in the UFO world. Every time there is progress made on the fronts of transparency, on the fronts of disclosure, credibility, something seems to always insidiously make its way into the public sphere that kind of sets us back. And I do believe that, unfortunately, after these revelations of David Grush, Congress getting involved, new legislation hoping to pass in the upcoming National Defense Authorization Act, We then have a quote unquote congressional hearing in Mexico, which, by all intents and purposes, was very serious for the most part. I mean, you had Mexican pilots, you had a gentleman from Japan, you had members of former Navy pilots, and
wasn't
people who
Ryan
worked at
Graves there?
nuclear.
Ryan Graves
Yes.
was there, right? Yeah.
Ryan Graves was there. You had Robert Salas there as well from the United States. So this was a very interesting congressional hearing until, like you mentioned, literally a UFO researcher's dream come true. Alien bodies being rolled out in front of Congress. And that dream soon became a nightmare when we saw who was involved. And that was a gentleman named Jaime Maussan, like you said, who unfortunately is known to be a member of many hoaxes throughout the years when it comes to UFOs. So this immediately, went viral, but also kind of discredited the entire event. And I, like you, was left sort of thinking, all right, now what? That thud kind of hit me hard, and it was rough. And then on top of that, we also had the NASA UAP report come out, which we can also briefly discuss. That actually gave me some hope. So I'm not done yet. I haven't waved the white flag of surrender just yet.
Now, do you think, I kind of think of the visual, of a kid going down the street on, bicycle, happy, carefree, having a great time. And then the bully of the neighborhood takes a stick and puts it in their spokes. That's kind of what I feel like. Do you think it's the case of the bully, or do you think that the bike just hit a pothole? In other words, do you think that there is a concerted effort to discredit the UFO subject, and there's a bully out there, whoever or whatever that might be, ready to stick that broom handle in the bicycle spokes once we get rolling? What do you think?
I see it as both, actually, and I'll clarify that. When it comes to the whole David Grush revelations, I think this was kind of a extremely important moment in UFO history. And what happened? Immediately, we saw members of the press trying to discredit Mr. Grush, which they've yet to do, at least in my opinion, to the full extent. Sort of everything this guy has said is slowly and gradually being verified by members of Congress, by members of the Inspector General committees within the intelligence agencies. There's some truth to it. How much truth we've yet to really fully see. But then you had the whole controversy with Mr. Grush, where there were outlets that covered his PTSD issues. His alcoholism, even trying to do whatever they can to muddy the waters and show that this guy cannot be trusted. So right there, I think you had the bully. I honestly do. I think there were people within the intelligence agencies, the Department of Defense, who wanted to show these whistleblowers, this is what's going to happen to you if you come forward. We know you can come forward now, but this is what's going to happen. So I think David Grush was made example of. I honestly do. When it comes to the congressional UFO hearing in Mexico and the quote unquote alien mummies, I believe that was by our own design. And by own, I mean the UFO community. Again, you had a very serious event, sort of tarnished by a UFO hoaxer. So I don't believe that was done by the Mexican government. I don't believe that was done by any nefarious means to disclose the truth. I think this was an opportunity that a UFO hoaxer used to get the biggest platform he could. And so I think we're dealing with both.
And I mean, I guess I can't say the whole UFO community, but it's like, and this may not be taken the right way, but it's like, okay, people, can we just kind of put our feet on the ground for a month or two here while things are not developing and throw that broom handle in the spokes? Let's just be calm. Let's be, logical and not do anything that is like wacky material that can be used by the naysayers and the skeptics. But no, But no, that can't happen. But again, that's not your fault sitting in the UK. It's not my fault sitting here in the American Midwest. I mean, we can't control everybody who is tied to this, but it is just kind of like, can we just be normal for a little while while this plays out? Just for a minute. Not that there's anything wrong with having fun with this. Obviously, you could see from my background, I have fun with these subjects, but can we just kind of cool it for a little bit and let this play out, and maybe we can get somewhere. Now, you talked about NASA, and, I wasn't as encouraged, but why were you encouraged? Because you're the expert. You're the person who has the insight. So what about the NASA situation made you feel a little bit better? Was a little bit of like Alka-Seltzer after the hangover?
It was. And, this all sort of happened around the same time. I mean, you even had a press conference by NASA immediately after they released their UAP report, which I will touch on, where they actually did bring up the alien mummy situation that I believe happened maybe a day or two before the NASA UAP report. So, I mean, the conspiracy tinfoil hat in me wants to say, maybe there was something to all of that being strategic. However, when this UAP report came out, you had the administrator of NASA, Bill Nelson, there. You had members of this UAP panel that NASA put together to create a study on UAP. Finally, NASA was getting involved in UFOs and UAP. So, this was a long-awaited report. Many of us were waiting to see what NASA had to say on this topic, as they should be involved. And what we got was not so much a bombshell or disclosure, as it were. It was a plan set out by NASA to say, hey, this is what we can do to try to understand UAP. Not so much from these are space aliens coming to our planet, but let's try to explain a lot of these UAP. What are these phenomena? So, this was kind of NASA's way of saying, this is what we can do. This is what we're capable of. These are the, the satellite sensor systems we can possibly use to get clearer identification of a lot of these UAP in the outer atmosphere, and high altitude in here on Earth. So, that was pretty cool to hear them say, okay, we're going to start using satellites to understand this stuff. Not so much telescopes on the ground, but let's get a higher look at this stuff. So that was exciting. The term AI, the big thing everyone's talking about nowadays, was brought up as well, and how they can use AI to create algorithms to put this stuff aside and say, this is explainable, this is not. So that's exciting. I think that'll really rapidly move us forward in identifying a lot of these unidentifieds. And then you had a lot of this UAP report saying, we are NASA, we work for the public, we want to be as transparent as possible. Because for many years, people have been saying NASA's lying. They're wiping clean all these images of UFOs in space. And there's this big sort of mythology that is sprouted up around NASA being the enemy, where I think this report and this press conference were to show we're not the enemy, guys. We work for you. Your tax dollars are going to fund us. So let us be transparent. Let us do our work. And it'll be very gradual. We won't have any answers for you immediately, but let's try. Let's at least try. So that is what I'm hopeful for, that NASA will continue to look into this topic. They will continue to work with the United States government to try to understand what is going on. And I have hope. I have hope that us in the civilian world still have a chance of knowing what a lot of these UAP are or aren't that are being seen by military and civilians all over the world, actually.
Well, let's hope that certainly happens. And certainly Ryan Sprague is doing his part. Ryan, where can people find your great podcast? Somewhere in the skies and everything you do.
Absolutely. You can find the podcast anywhere you find the paranormal podcast and Campfire as well. Apple, Spotify, the usuals.
Places.
But yeah, yep, all the usual places. I can be found on Twitter at Somewhere Skies, And yeah, hopefully people will follow my progress as I reluctantly but excitedly become a ghost hunter, I guess. So I couldn't think of a better Halloween treat.
Well, may your EVP director always have fresh batteries. Ryan Sprague, thank you for joining us on our Halloween Spectacular.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Always a great
That
guest.
was awesome.
Always great insight. He's so
Yeah,
good
he
at
really
what he does.
does.
And I love his, somebody said in the comment, Katie, I think his level-headed approach. I really
Right.
think we need that. And I think that's great. Now we are running a little bit over time, but since we're giving away free stuffs, we're giving away free stuffs.
Free stuff.
Anyway, we've got a few.
Woo, we're
It's weird
punching.
because I saw Ryan down in my little bar down here, and I thought he was here live. It's like, ooh, that's weird.
Ooh.
Anyway, I just wanted to circle around some of our people that have been in backstage. I just want to say, Tanya, thank you so much
Yes.
for being a part of the show tonight.
Thank you for coming and sticking around.
Yeah,
Oh, that
yeah,
thing is
and fluffy.
terrifying.
Well, on second thought.
People ask, so I
And
wanted to please the
I already
people.
saw your
There you
notes, so
go.
we'll be
They-
getting your gifts out, your lovely
Glad
gifts. And,
that's
and
not
thank
by
you,
my bedside.
thank you so much, Tanya. Happy Halloween
Thank you
to
so
you.
much. Happy Halloween.
Happy
Stay spooky.
Halloween. You too.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Chris, thank you so much.
Oh my God, your comments have me like in stitches all night.
Yeah, the Spicoli one in particular.
Yes,
Ryan.
that was great. Oh, I love that one.
Amazing Halloween event, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for sticking around
Thank
and,
you,
and
Chris.
participating. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can't
Thank you
talk.
so much.
Oh,
What
Oh
happened?
no, you're losing teeth now?
no, it hurt. I bit down on it. What's
Oh.
that?
All right.
Come
Doug
here,
is
come here, Laszlo. I want to show you something. No.
Yes. Perhaps later, dear. All right. Doug is here. Now, Doug, there you are. You got some friends with you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Now you were putting a little story in the comments. Would you mind sharing, like, briefly that story with us? What happened about going down the road?
Yeah.
That was freaky.
Being on my way to work, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the layout of the freeways around Minneapolis.
No.
We got 494 that heads from. I come in from the northwestern side of the Twin Cities area. 494 heads south. 694 continues east. I split off onto the 694 and immediately get over to the right side to catch my exit for 169 north to go to work. I was talking with my friend, laughing and stuff, and then I turned forward and suddenly I didn't realize where the heck I am. I'm no longer in the right lane for an exit. I'm in the center lane on another part of the freeway, and suddenly I see the signs for New Brighton, which is 20 minutes down the road.
Oh my gosh.
Had I been in the right-hand lane still, I would have not only, I would have peeled off to 94 and that would head down to downtown Minneapolis. I was in the center lane. How did I get from the outside lane to the center lane again?
Ooh.
I had to quickly, find a place to U-turn and head back so I could make it to work on time. But yeah, I don't know where the heck what happened there.
You were missing like 20 minutes of time, right?
And yeah, and she knows how to get to work. I mean, she's been to work on her own before when she was driving her own car, but she was riding with me that day, and her daughter wasn't with us that day. It was just the two of us. And had I missed my turn, and if she wasn't involved with whatever happened, she could have hit me on the shoulder. You missed our turn.
Yeah.
But no, we were both suddenly 20 minutes down the road. Neither
Weird.
Those time slips, Doug, they amaze me. I don't know what they're about. Speaking of time, we're out of time, but I wanted to thank you. You're always here for all our live streams. Always glad to have you on. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Well, I always appreciate you guys being so gracious, you and your family, and glad to see you every year.
Well, glad
We're
to see
glad to
you
have
as well.
you,
Glad
yeah.
to have you. Thank you, Doug. Happy Halloween.
Yes, happy Halloween.
Got my shirt.
Yeah,
Oh,
stay
there you go.
spooky. Woo!
Yeah, jimharold.com/merch. You can have one just like it. Might I add? Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you again, Doug. Okay, Sandy's going to come on. We're going to do a giveaway. Hey, Sandy, you ready to help us
You always have the
close this
greatest
thing out?
costumes, I'm telling you.
I think I wore this. I think I wore this last year. I'm getting old, and that's just my real hair, people. So I really do look like this.
It's beautiful.
I think you look great.
I just wanted to say this has been a really, really fun Halloween. I think the game thing was right on.
Awesome.
And I mean, how can you go wrong with psychics, magic, tarot, UFOs, cryptids? You got it all. It's crazy.
That was a pretty good one. Thank you so much, Sandy.
Yeah.
And always great to have you. It's like it wouldn't be our Halloween
That's
and our
right.
Christmas live streams without you.
For sure.
So glad to have you.
And I was listening to your story. I was helping transcribe that episode recently, the best of, and boy, did it freak me out.
I don't
again.
I don't remember.
It was the Old West when you were a little girl.
Yes.
Oh God, that was the time slippy one. I don't even know what it was.
That's like one of the first. Jim, wasn't that like one of the first years that you were?
Yeah, because I'm like, well, she had one of our best all-time classic, but
Yeah.
we've only been doing a show for a year.
Yeah.
So I mean, so obviously it was a long time ago.
Oh my gosh, yes. So
Yeah,
we are
absolutely.
Old.
So let's do that last giveaway. I think we ought to do in honor of Ryan Sprague, hashtag UFO. Hashtag UFO.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Let's
Hey, I want
do
that dang tarot set.
I want one too.
Oh man.
I used to try to read it. I wasn't very good at it. Hence it was used to try to do it.
I've met some people that were just naturals at it. Like they just
very
yeah, I
easy.
mean,
Yeah.
and they just it like they oh, I don't really care about it. And they're like they know all the cards, what they mean. I'm like, oh,
I know. I was memorizing some and then I'm like, wait, how does that go with what they're asking? And wait, do I have it set up right? Not for me. But I
So
like readings. I like to get a reading.
We're going to share that screen.
Yes, we're sharing the screen. I'm doing it.
The Congas said, bummed I missed everything tonight. Stay spooky. Watch the replay. We got a replay. Jim Harold, YouTube.com/Jim Harold. I'm a little tired.
Yes.
Also, you know, guys, Cassandra and I did a whole bunch of different recipes that we didn't
Yes.
show tonight. They're
Thank
all
you
on the
for-
YouTube. Are they all up there yet, Jim?
They're
or
not all up, but they will be by Halloween, but it's
by Halloween,
YouTube.com/Jim Harold.
So if
And
you
there's a
liked
special
those spooky
playlist.
s'mores, if you liked those spooky s'mores and you want some more recipe ideas that are fun for
Mhm.
Halloween, or
We have a couple good desserts, and we have the mummy dogs,
Those are
and
cute. Oh my god.
yeah. So there we go.
That's YouTube.com/Jim Harold. YouTube.com/Jim Harold.
Ooh, look at this. We're at 43.
entries. Can we get up to 50? Can we do it? Can we do
Come
it? Can
on,
we do it? Can
people.
we do it?
We got the people watching. Come on,
the West Coast people are still awake.
That's right.
It's only 8 for us.
They're doing better than me. No. I'm quite asleep. What time did I start working on this stuff, Dar? About 7 o'clock this morning?
You got up at you got up.
I was going to say like early September.
True.
Well, that's true, but this morning, yeah.
All right.
I think I woke you up. All right.
That's okay. We got 46. Can we get to
We
50?
have 48.
Come on, baby.
48.
50.
Come on, 2 more people. There we go.
Hey, hit that button. Hit
Here
that
we
button.
go. Boom.
Spinner, spinner. Doot, doot.
Chicken dinner.
Round and
No.
round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Yay!
Gnostic Man 00.
Gnostic Man.
So
There
go
we
to
go.
jimharold.com/contact. That's jimharold.com/contact. And you can go ahead and claim your prize.
There you go.
So,
How fun.
Gnostic Man 00. Great job. Great job, everyone, tonight. And if we can unshare the screen, we'll say our
I'm
good
planning
nights.
on it.
Well, good night, everybody. Thank you, and happy Halloween.
Thank you,
to everybody.
Sandy. Happy Halloween.
Sandy.
Great to
So
see
good
you.
to see you.
Hope
Thank
to
you.
see you at the holiday party coming up in a couple months.
Well, if I'm sober, yeah. From
There
the
you
zombies that Dar made me do.
There you go. There you go.
Oh,
All
no.
righty.
We'll have to have a good Christmas drink. I think I have one. I think I saw one over the summer.
Happy Halloween, Sandy.
Yeah,
Thank you
happy
so
Halloween.
much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sandy's great.
Oh,
So yeah, I mean, it's just been, yeah. Cassandra lost her prosthetic again.
I did. They won't stay in anymore.
Well, I've got good news. We've got about 2 minutes. Well, I just want to say to everybody who's been watching, and most of you have been watching all night.
Yes.
Thank
oh
you.
my gosh.
And
Thank
you for all your help throughout the year. We actually will be doing a holiday/Christmas one. Probably will be mid-December, sometime a Saturday in mid-December. We'll get back to you on the specifics on that. So if you like this, it'll be much more of the same for that. Dar/Nanja, thank you, dear, for all of your hard work. And you really did work very hard.
Darling. Oh, watch that, Jim. No.
I was going to say you'll be working hard later. No.
Oh, Cassandra wants to die.
No, I had to do a little bit in character. Don't you get it? A little bit of Laszlo. I mean, he's like a hard R-rated, so a little PG is okay. So, earmuffs, yes. So, Dar, thank you very much for everything. And Cassandra, thank you for everything. You worked so hard on those videos. You've been doing so much in the last couple of months with the shows and stuff and Unpleasant Dreams. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, keep listening. Jekyll and Hyde is out, right?
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah.
Look out for part 2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Fun.
And remember Dar's other hard work, jimharold.com/merch, that Etsy store, Halloween 23, Halloween 23. And one day we will ride the Millennium Force together, Jim, mark my words. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Cassandra and Natalie will definitely go with you.
Oh, the dogs are
Oh, the
ready
dogs
to. The
wanted to
dogs
say
are
goodnight.
working.
Finally
The dogs
woke
are
up.
the dogs are saying enough already. So I guess we'll listen to them. What in the world? Good night.
Or should we be afraid? Like it's
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing
That's
that
Ed
now.
Gein outside knocking on the door with his venison stew.
Oh, now I don't want to make any stew for dinner ever again.
Rest assured, I don't go up in the front yard and dress in human flesh.
Oh,
So anyway, and by the way, I did not promote that comment. Somebody else did. Yes, dear. You have a naughty streak, you do. All right. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy
Thank
Halloween.
You. Good night.
Stay safe. Stay spooky.
Stay spooky. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.